Good morning, everyone. Everyone in the room and those watching online. Welcome to day 3 of the hearings for the examination of the Horsham District Local Plan 2023 to 2040, which I'll refer to hereafter as the plan. My name is Luke Fleming. I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to carry out the independent examination of the plan. So it's just after 9:30 and it's time really to open the hearing sessions for matter 3, which is climate change and water. I've got a few sort of comments to make before we get into that discussion, which we'll get on to. So all the hearings are being recorded with information of how to view them on the examination website. Can I ask everyone to ensure all devices are silent and you be respectful in using them when others are speaking in the hearing sessions. All participants will need to ensure that their microphone is on and close to them whilst talking, so it's picked up for the live stream. If anyone spots anyone's having any issues, just literally shout out. It's really important that things are picked up. Programme officer is Kerry Truman. She's here with us today. If you have any queries, contact Kerry. But do so, please read, before doing so, please read my examination guidance notes, which are online and explain most of the things you'll need to know about the examination and the hearing sessions. Can I just ask a member of the council's team to just explain what we should do in emergency and the facilities as you have done so far?
Yes, good morning. So I'm Catherine Howe, Head of Strategic Planning. There are no fire drills planned during the hearing sessions today, so if the alarms do sound, we will need to evacuate the building, and we can do so through the fire exits, which are located directly opposite where I'm sitting or to my left. Please follow one of the HDC officers to the assembly point, which is located at the bandstand in Horsham Park until we can return back to the offices. In terms of comfort breaks, the location of the toilets, they are again located through the double doors to my left and along the corridor to the left. And for anyone in the public gallery, there is also a toilet located in the main reception. Just another point on the microphones. Obviously, as outlined, we do need to pull them close to us. There have been some comments that it's quite difficult. The acoustics in this room, frankly, are quite challenging, but so try and project your voice if you can. And for those in the public gallery, I think they have recognised that it can be difficult to hear, but everyone is doing their best. To work the microphones, please just press the button, the silver button in front of you. And also, once you have finished speaking, please turn it off just to conserve battery life. And then just a final point, it's not so busy this session, but there are quite a few people located around with trailing cables, so just please be mindful when you're walking around the room.
Thanks, that's great, thank you. Okay, so today we're going to be dealing with matter 3, issue 1, which is whether we're going to deal with issue 1 this morning, which is whether the approach to climate change and energy use and sustainable design and construction is justified, effective, consistent with national policy and positively prepared. That'll be this morning's work. I don't expect that that's going to take as long as other sessions that we've had based on what I've read. But then this afternoon we've got matter 3, issue 2, which is whether the approach to water neutrality and flooding is justified, effective and consistent with national policy and positively prepared. I expect that will take up the time and will be a fairly long session, but we'll get to that when we get there. But I think a bit of space between might help us as well. So just highlight that. You probably will have seen, as I did, that the press are reporting that the new National Planning Policy Framework is likely to be published today. I might already be out of date. I don't know. But everyone's nodding. So, as I said at the start, inevitably the examination is going to need to deal with that. That's of no surprise to you. I think we've got a bit of space, can have a think about how the council perceive that should be dealt with through the examination. My initial thoughts, as you know, I'll share them with you now. I think previously I've had this happen to me during a local plan examination, and it's been quite simple to literally ask the council to produce a response, and in which case it's been to very simply refer to the transitional arrangements, and the examination has not really been affected very much. I'm a bit nervous here because I think there are other implications that I think the council are going to need to comment on that perhaps go beyond the transitional arrangements. I don't want to debate it now because we haven't read it, but is it fair of me to say that it's not as simple as it was before?
It's going to impose greater challenges than ever before, that's for sure. But its impact on and its effect on process for the purposes of this examination remains to be seen.
Yeah.
And we'll have to look at the substance of what's in it.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, it will have implications for any subsequent review, whenever that review might take place, and that's something which might be worthwhile discussing in the context of a different subject later on in the examination.
I think that's thank you. That's helpful. So I think at the very least, I think we can give an action point now. The council is going to need to formulate its response to it. How we deal with that response will depend upon the substance of it. Okay. So that's that. I'm also mindful of what I said at the start of the hearings. Anybody can go back and revisit what I said. The joys of being recorded and live streamed, but it is on record what I said. There are some I asked for more information on the duty to cooperate. The council are working on that. There were yesterday some soundness issues that are on my mind, and I'm going to need to, obviously, whichever way, I'm going to need to form a view on those. But I'm also mindful with the MPPF landing today. I'm also mindful of our programme going forwards. I've got a doubt in my mind as to how far I'm going to be able to take some of the discussion at the hearings without concluding some of the actions that I've already identified. I'm not going to make a big announcement now, but I'm beginning to wonder, in light of being unable to, if you like, to have the answers to some of those questions that I've already asked, and you've rightly said you're going to go and do the work. We've not worked out the programme. I've got other concerns that I've not clearly set out yet. It's obvious that there are some issues that I'm going to need to bottom out with regards to the essay and the spatial strategy. I'm just putting it out there. I've got a long drive home to think about this. I've got Friday to think about this as well. But it's entering my mind whether a pause in the hearing programme may be the best solution for all involved while we gather some further information on those action points. So I'm just saying that now, so you can think about it now as a council as well. and we've got a break as well. So have a think about that, and you let me know your thoughts on what I've just said to you. I think I've tried to be as clear as I can be. Is that okay?
So you've expressed your thoughts about the robustness of the essay already, and we are cognizant of that. Also in relation to the duty to cooperate, we've answered those criticisms during the course of this examination so far, and then we'll endeavour to get you the further information you require in accordance with the programme which I presume you're going to set out for us.
Yeah.
It would be helpful, nonetheless, rather than us to second guess the exact nature of your concerns, because we have them in general terms,
Yeah.
for you to express those so that we can respond to them in writing.
Yeah, of course. I appreciate that.
That would be
yeah.
helpful to
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
And if there is a need to pause in order to consider that, then of course we're in your hands, because this examination is yours, not ours.
Yeah.
And so it's important that you are informed in an appropriate and timely way. And if that requires an adjournment of some kind to enable you also to get your thoughts together on this, then we are happy to go along with that.
Yeah. Okay. So I wasn't asking for an immediate sort of response, obviously, but just just think about, if you can, just think about what I've just said. I'll reflect on what you've just said. As I say, I've got Friday, I've got a long drive home, and we can take it from there. I do understand I'm going to need to, if you like, put down some of those concerns in writing, of course.
And we have been giving some thought also to the issue of the sustainability appraisal and some of the initial concerns you've raised in relation to that. That process, the essay process, is a continuing one and doesn't finish at the point of submission. So there are ways of dealing with that, and we're thinking about that as well.
That's really good to hear. Thank you. Okay.
So if that's all in the introduction, I'm going to take my little leave this afternoon.
Of course. Thank you for that. Okay. So we'll now get on to the business of this morning, which is hearing session for matter 3, issue 1, and it's whether the approach to climate change and energy use, sustainable design and construction is justified, effective, consistent with national policy and positively prepared. So we're going to be using my matters, issues and questions for the agenda. I suppose I've put under each question a number of sub points that I've asked the council to respond to, and others have in their statements as well. When I open up the discussion for people in the room, I don't want to labour necessarily on those points A, B, C, D and E. Just literally, if you want to air your views, get boundness of that particular policy, and we'll get the council to respond to them accordingly. I think it would be more efficient, and there may well be, obviously there's other things that I think, having read the statements, that people will want to comment on, and we'll need to get the council to respond to as well, which are relevant to the soundness of those policies. I mean, what I will say about them, the recurring theme in the statements is how they relate to those 3 policies, how they relate to the building regulations and the future home standards. It probably goes back to where I was sort of heading this morning as well, with what might well be in the new NPPF as you know, as and when we get the opportunity to read it. So, yeah, so that's going to be a recurring theme as we go through, but we so just bear that in mind. So I'm going to ask the council to just briefly introduce its team, because there are some new faces, please.
So good morning. It's the first time I've addressed you formally. My name's Emmeline Lambert. I'm a barrister and together with Mr Shadow Ravian, instructed to act on behalf of the council.
Good morning, sir. I'm Catherine Howe, Head of Strategic Planning.
Good morning. I'm Helen French. I work for ACOM, who undertook the evidence-based study for these policies.
My name's Mark Daly. I'm a planning officer in the strategic planning team.
Okay, I'm not going to go around the room if you don't mind. I'm hoping you're all going to contribute. So when you do, please just introduce yourself and say who you're representing, if that's all right. Okay, so let's make a start then. So I'm going to ask the council to just introduce Strategic Policy 6, what it aims to achieve, why it's sound, and particularly talk us through the main modifications that you've proposed, if any, for this policy in order to make it sound. And then I'll come back to interested parties, to participants, to tell us any reasons why they think it's not. So just say, if you want to come in at any point, just stand your name plates up and I'll come round to you accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just in terms of starting off, obviously policy 6, I mean, I think it's probably fair to say that policy 6, 7 and 8, they sort of read as three policies sort of together, and really policy 6 is intended to be the sort of the overarching approach that we are seeking to take to climate change. Much of this goes back to what we set out in our MIQ response, but really just to sort of set out that obviously, whilst we have, obviously these building regs, we also have a wider legal requirement in terms of our need to take account of climate change, and also from a corporate perspective, which is clearly in terms of our local plan, the local element we're seeking to introduce is through that lens, is our own commitment to, as an organisation, and in terms of our own emissions, to be net zero by 2030, but then also recognising that we have considerable influence on other activities, seeking to be other activities be carbon neutral by 2050, or zero carbon by 2050. So that's the sort of wider context. In terms of what we talked about in terms of our modifications, in terms of policy 6, we are talking about the transport infrastructure, and really, if you turn to the plan, there is on page 39 of the plan, that shows that transport is one of the most significant, or the most significant generator at the moment of carbon emissions, and therefore really our feeling is that it's particularly important to reflect that within the policy and make that clear with that modification.
Okay. It's a fairly general policy, isn't it? It's a fairly aspirational, general policy, is it? So really, ultimately, it sums up that developers got to do a sustainability statement, haven't they, to if you like say how they've, if you like, considered all these things, but not limited to. Is that right?
Yes, so the policy itself does cover a wide range. It covers mitigation, adaptation, and that should be set out in the sustainability statement.
And so it almost suggests things that development should do, but it doesn't say they must do them, does it? Is that right?
Yep, that's fair. It's not got incredibly stringent requirements on it, but it does include what would be expected to be seen, and what would be encouraged, and what therefore is likely to be addressed in the sustainability statement.
Yeah, so in terms of the building regulations and any future home standards, is it future-proof then in council's view, or?
Yes, we believe so. It's future-proofed. It's deliberately written in a way which complements the existing building regulations, but keeps in mind future iterations, including the future homes standard. But it's focused on Horsham in the local area and how that be interpreted here.
Yeah, based upon the local evidence that I can't remember the name.
I think it's CCO2.
Yeah. And these are all things that you think will particularly work in Horsham.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it's almost like guidance to developers, isn't it? These are the things that we think will work, and to some extent, but you're not. The way the policy's worded it, as I read it, it's not saying that it's definitive that if a development doesn't do all these things that you'll be refusing permission. Is that right?
Yes, it's setting out that we expect these things to be addressed in the sustainability statement. If that answer is this can't be implemented in the way because of specific site-specific circumstances, that doesn't necessarily mean it just needs to be set out in the sustainability statement that it has been considered.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah.
Just to add to that, so the other aspect of that, of course, is that given that plans are there for a 15-year period, particularly in something like climate change where technologies can change and move on, it seeks to have that element of flexibility, because there may be plans, or sites that come forward later in the plan period that can offer something that frankly doesn't exist at this time.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to bring Mr. Brandt, please.
Thank you, sir. It's actually encouraging to hear
Just introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry, yes, sorry.
People watching on-
Mark Barrett from the Home Builders Federation. Thank you,
Thank
sir. I think it is encouraging to hear the council say that it is around flexibility and encouraging development to go beyond. I think it's that confusion when I read it in terms of the having to read all those three policies together in terms of what that understanding was. Obviously, coming back to if you could look at Strategic Policy 8, it references the need to meet building regulations, and that seems to be the fundamental principle which the council is seeking to achieve through this policy, which then sort of doesn't necessarily then fit with the requirement range of measures to achieve beyond that in terms of high standards of energy efficiency, optimal levels of thermal efficiency. And it's whether actually, is there a need to say actually that's encourage them to go beyond rather than a requirement to deliver beyond what those building regulations are at the time. I think from what I hear from the council is that the approach they're taking is one of encouraging, which I think is important, and recognise the need to encourage development to go beyond those building regulations. But I think if it isn't encouraged, then that should be set out within the policy, and that adds that and should give that certainty to those developers who can't, that they can put in a statement that it's not possible to go beyond, and these are the reasons why, and that the decision maker will react to that in the appropriate way, rather than saying, well, we don't think you've met an arbitrary optimal level of thermal efficiency, which is beyond the building regulations, which isn't set out within the plan. So I think it's how that's balanced between each three of those policies and what is expected and what degree of and that it's not expected to go beyond those that set out in the building regulations, that it is just an encourage, as the councillor just said.
Is that how you, I don't want to force you into sort of just a concession that that's how you expect these policies, but is that how you understand it? Because it will be relevant as we go through.
Sorry, didn't think it was coming on then. No, I don't think it's an encouraged point of view. I think what the policy we're seeking to do is to set out what the minimum expectations are. There's a recognition, excuse me, there's a recognition that obviously there is building control, but also we're looking at things like the future home standards, which they're yet to come in, and really seeking to ensure that we're for those developments that are coming in before that point, that they're looking to that future and are going through that process, so that we're not having developments that frankly are having to retrofit themselves at cost to the new homeowner and actually paying more in terms of energy costs if they don't have to, and those technologies are available. So we are really seeking that developers are considering it. It may be that they can't, but there is certainly an expectation that those processes are gone through. So I think it's slightly stronger than encourage.
Yeah. Well, on the face of it, what the policy says is what it says. So
One thing I would add is that it's not a policy which is mandating, it's not requiring, it's seeking that developers look for these measures through that sustainability statement, but it's not requiring that those measures are introduced and implemented.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr.
Possible just to get a
Councillor
slight
Sallows.
clarification.
Yeah.
George Sallows from Russell Parish Council. That these policies are generally, we feel, very good, and they cover all the sort of things that we should be looking at. I think that you alluded earlier to a lack of requirement, and I'm not clear from the wording of the policies where it says development will only be supported if it does something. Does that mean that that means the council won't support if it doesn't do those things, so therefore there's a presumption of rejection if those things aren't met? So does that provide a level of compliance requirement by people submitting plans? Forgive me for my lack of knowledge on that point.
I haven't got my initial thought, and we could debate the correct wording of that for hours. But my initial point is, I think development will only be supported where they include measures which contribute. I think that's a general principle that I think everybody, including the industry, would support. And then it suggests what sorts of things they should include. And I think that that's got enough flexibility in it, but without needing to water it down any further.
So I think that's what I was trying to say. I think we were saying that the word encourage isn't really necessary. It's inherent in terms of what we're saying already, that's there.
Mr. Barant.
Yes, I think I'm broadly, when I first read the policies, it was, okay, I can see where the council are coming from in terms of this, in terms of it's a broadly supportive of a position. I think developments will only be supported where they include measures which contribute. And if you are achieving the current levels of building regulations, then you are already supporting that transition. So I think within that wording there is that flexibility. I think it's encouraging to hear what the council are saying with regard to this, because you can often get to decision making where it's an, oh well, you're not going X beyond that. So it's often how it's then interpreted within by the council itself when the decision maker comes to use the policy itself. But I think there is a degree of flexibility. I think there is in terms of what the council is saying with that. I think it's when it comes into its terms like optimal levels are where I would have some certain concerns in terms of what that optimal level is with regard to it. However, I think then the reference to building regulations and what the council is saying, that there probably is that flexibility in it. But it is a concern sometimes that it's using some of those terms, designs which incorporate high standards of energy efficiency. Those are already being incorporated through the building regulations. So why is it then needed to be sort of repeated through this policy? But I can see where the council are coming from in terms of that, wanting to include something broad within that overarching policy.
Yeah. Ms. Price, please, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hello, I'm Jess Price from the Sussex Wildlife Trust. So in general, we really support this policy, and I see that the point of it is it goes beyond building regulations in terms of the other climate change issues that the NPPF does require a thought about in paragraph 153, but often are seen as maybe secondary in terms of when it comes to designing a proposal. Some of the things that are included in here that we're really supportive of, like the considering natural resources and nature-based solutions and things like that. So that's why we see the need for the policy to kind of bring into the mind of the developers and their proposals kind of these wider issues that are sometimes secondary. It's slightly aside, but I just wanted to put forward that one, we did put in our statement that we did suggest a slight amendment to, well, in addition to part 2, because we feel that although there's really positive things in here, there is it's slightly missing in terms of what biodiversity needs for in terms of climate change. So it's not just that, like, biodiversity, bringing in nature-based solutions and the wording in here is good in terms of how biodiversity can help us all adapt and change, but also biodiversity needs some help. So I won't go into it, but anyway, we suggested modification, which we did also suggest in our Reg 19 that we wanted considered.
Mr. Smith, please.
I'm Roger Smith. I'm here to represent CPI Sussex.
Can you just pull the microphone a bit closer?
Yes, of course. Apologies.
That's all right.
So my understanding so far that even though there are emphatic statements, which I understand to be UR2, which is development proposals will only be supported, and that's in section 1, section 2, and then section 3, development will be supported provided, and it gives a reason what criteria are. But on the other hand, I'm understanding that there's an element of fuzziness and is a bit wishy-washy in the sense that the measures outlined and referred to here are just options. And that if a developer turns around and says, well, actually, for various reasons, we can't do that, it's too expensive, it will reduce our profit margins, it will mean that there will be less money to provide for other requirements, which, as developers, we are expected to meet. Am I correct in that understanding?
If that's how you read it, you can come back to the council, but it sort of goes back to what I was saying at the start. It's sort of how far the council can reasonably go in a policy like this in light of the building regulations particularly, and any future home standards, which is the difficulty.
So how does this match with the legal requirement to achieve net zero by a specific date? And part of that question is, why is there no specific reference made to photovoltaic solar panels?
Well, I'm gonna just come back to to the council on a couple of those points. Ultimately, I don't think you'll get to a point in this room where everybody will agree on this. So I've got everybody's statements and I've got everybody's representations. Ultimately, I'll need to work with the council if we progress to that stage to work up any necessary main modifications that are needed to make this particular policy sound. The biodiversity point, I think I'd also say this policy is not read in isolation, it's read in the context of the whole plan. We need to bear that in mind. You know, there's other policies that are dealing with biodiversity. And then there's another policy here that talks about energy use, isn't there? So that we're going to get onto next. So in terms of what it's able to do, it might be a case of it's able to go as far as it reasonably can when read alongside other policies, but I'll come back to the council on it.
Yes, so we had a conversation yesterday afternoon about the duplication potentially of other points in other policies. So I think really in terms of the biodiversity point, I think our feeling is much of that is picked up in that section in terms of whether or not it needs to be repeated. I think in terms of the sort of wider points around building regulations, actually this does pick up on Ms Price's point in terms of, yes, there are building regulations and that would apply to an individual property, for example, but when we're looking at developments as a whole, what we're seeking to do is to have a policy that is complementary to that. So it is looking at those other elements, and when you're looking at the design and the layout, it's factoring in those sort of wider points in terms of how that would be achieved as well. So it's that additional layer.
I think I would need to take away the point in terms of if we've moved to main modifications as to how flexible or how, you know, if you like, how more, you know, looking for the word, how stronger this policy should be, and take that away in light of reading it. But I'm not going to suggest at the moment that the council need to make any further main modifications to make this policy sound in that regard.
Just a brief comment in respect of your skills, and I wholly accept that that's the best solution, because I think it's down to how it would be interpreted by an inspector should the council decide to refuse an application on the basis of any of these. Would that carry enough weight in the wording for you as an inspector to uphold that decision? So I think you're the right person to make that call.
So in principle, the modifications that the council have proposed for the reasons that they've given, I think notwithstanding the detail and what I've just said, in principle, I think that there are soundness reasons for accepting those modifications to SP6. Okay. Is there any further comments on policy SP6? So I'm going to turn now to look at policy SP7, which is appropriate energy use. Yeah, can I just ask the council to briefly sort of introduce it again as he did before, try and deal with my points A and B as well, and then we'll bring people in the room because there's people that have got views on this.
I think so if I start off, but then there's sort of some more technical points, so I'll probably pass over to Helen on some of that.
Yeah.
So obviously, in terms of the sort of approach that we're taking to this, obviously, in terms of our need to reach zero carbon, there's kind of two elements really. So what we're expecting developments to do is to look at how they're delivering energy in that development. So obviously, it's using as less energy as possible in the first place through the hierarchy. Then what energy they do use is as low carbon as possible. Maximising the use of energy sources and then seeking to ensure that can be monitored longer term. And then in terms of the actual use or derivation of that heating, obviously again it's a similar thought process in terms of again maximising the options for low carbon in the first instance, and it's ensuring that we recognise in that hierarchy that it's not necessarily going to be the case that everybody can initially use other sources, albeit that's the direction of travel from national government. But it's ensuring that process has gone through in terms of those statements that we're asking the developers to produce.
I'd just like to add that the use of an energy hierarchy and even this terminology is far and wide in planning. It's been adopted by a number of different authorities, including London being probably the primary example, the London Plan. Following that, the energy hierarchy, the efficiency first, and then going through various measures. So it's not something that is particularly new and innovative and unusual for developers coming forward. It is something that's been set out previously and that should be familiar to all developers. And it's same with setting everything out in an energy statement. There's lots of different examples of energy statements, and they're widely used to set out how such policies will have been met, usually following through, for example, under the energy hierarchy, 1A, B lean, what have we done to address that? Then B clean, what have we done to address that, etc. And that allows it to be set out very clearly in planning terms.
You have proposed some main modifications as well. Do you want to talk me through why they're needed for SANS reasons?
Sorry, my microphone button is somehow sticky this morning. It's not coming on straight away.
You've been using it too much.
Yes. So yes, the modification that we've talked about there in terms of, in particular, it was criterion 2C, which is the use of waste heat sources, and really from our perspective, it was the recognition in terms of really how that was worded and its clarity really, and actually whether that was in terms of waste heat, and whether that was an efficient source of residual waste really. So that was our thinking, but I might pass over to Helen again to add some more to that point.
It was mainly for clarity reasons. The term sort of waste heat to some means heat that is being produced that is not needed for processes, for example from data centres or something like that. Computers produce heat, and can that heat be used? But obviously there's a lot of times where heat has been produced from waste as well. So it's a set of clarity as the council have set out, not encouraging heat from waste, but actually where we talk about district energy systems and secondary heat networks, that encompasses waste heat from sources that where it's an additional, and you get then heat offtake from those sources. So in order for clarity, it's been removed, but the thrust in terms of trying to encourage making sure you're making your best use of any heat that's being produced from other processes for heating is still included in the district heating section.
I'm not afraid to ask questions that might appear a bit silly, even though I'm being live streamed over the internet. But just looking at be lean, be clean, it says use less energy as the start of be lean. But if it's clean energy, should you need to use less of it?
Well, this goes back to, it's not a pure planning point, but obviously we're building places and people are going to live in those places.
Yeah,
And actually there comes a cost of your energy use.
yeah,
So in terms of thinking about the people who are actually going to live in those homes,
Yeah.
we don't want to be giving them homes that are going to be expensive to live in. So that's the starting point.
yeah,
And actually there is still a need in terms of, irrespective of where
yeah,
your energy source comes from, you don't want to maximise that. You've got to think about that in the first instance.
yeah, yeah.
Can I just add to that? There's also the fact of the implication of impact on the grid. If so many things are going which effectively are towards electricity, because that's more renewable, that could be clean energy or various things. And even if you're using district heating and heat, but that still uses heat pumps, trying to reduce the load that's required, the amount of electricity that's therefore required from the grid or other services, just makes it more efficient. It would mean, for example, more homes would be able to be connected to the same district heating network or the same renewables, and therefore just sort of spread the load somewhat, as well as being more efficient for the user in the house itself. So a lot of these things can depend on how a user uses the buildings themselves. When it's a fabric first approach in terms of the buildings themselves and how they are insulated and the types of material used, that becomes irrespective as to how that area is being used, and therefore safeguards energy efficiency for the longer term.
Yeah, there might be some types of development that just simply need to use a lot of energy. And I'm just a bit uncomfortable. From what you've said, I mean, does it even need to say those first, if you like, 3 words? And for example, you say be lean by minimising energy demand by energy efficient measures such as. I just think there's a little bit of a. Sometimes it's not a choice to be able to use less energy. You just need to use as much energy as you need. Again, I might be. Mr. Brandt.
Sorry. I think I would agree, sir, in terms of that, is that I can see where be lean. Not a particular fan in terms of including the energy hierarchy within policy itself. I think it's quite a amorphous sort of set of requirements to try and address, but recognise that it has been used elsewhere and been found sound in terms of plans like the London plan. So recognise that too. But I think in terms of using less energy, I think minimising energy demand is what the idea is behind that, in not actually requiring people to use less energy, given that the amount of devices, everything else, and we use these days is more likely to increase our energy use rather than reduce it. I think this is a lot of the time is relevant to in terms of heating and those side of things, rather than actually some of the other angles. I think moving on to that is also with regard to part C to C in terms of the order of preference, and whether we've got the use of waste heat source, which I think is being changed in terms of the policy, isn't it? Which has just been suggested to. But whether that is
to delete that.
Is it to delete rather than to amend it? Because I was just in terms of use of waste heat sources, as opposed to electrically driven ground or water or air source heat pumps, why one is preferable to the other in terms of that. I think in terms of those, the ground source and air source heat pumps, which are expected to come forward and be requirements of future home standard, will be the expected standard rather than necessarily other sources. I think the other element is with regard to, I couldn't see within the main modifications. It's about the connection to the future connection at a future date to local heat networks, and the extent to which that's necessary if you have air source heat pumps and that delivered within a development, and whether actually then it's necessary for that to be as it say, future proof for a potential local heat network that may or may not come forward. So again, it's just clarity really with regard to how that all links together really within the policy. It just it doesn't feel consistent in terms of actually what might be required. Thank you, sir.
Do you want to if I just get a response to that, Councillor Sallows, and then are you building on that point, or is it a different point? Okay.
There's the relation of this to the climate thing. So any energy that's used is causing a problem for the climate. So that it doesn't matter if something has to use energy, it has to use energy, and I don't think anything in this policy says that it can't. But we should all be aiming to use at least amount that's possible to achieve what's required. And I think that B lean is the first section is what we want really. We want people to use the least amount of energy that is necessary to achieve an objective. So I think that's the most important start point. And then once you're using energy, then you want it to be clean and you want it to do all the other things. But that it makes sense to first of all say, use the least amount that's possible in the circumstances. So it was just really clarification to tie back on the importance of it.
I only asked the question on that point. I'm not pushing for the council to change it. I'm just asking the questions. Mr. Bennett, do you want to come in, or? Yeah, do you want to respond to what Mr. Barant said, and Councillor Sallows?
Yeah, I can pick up a couple of points. When it talks about be lean and using less energy, there's a difference between, and I really don't want to get into the technical of this, is to do with unregulated and regulated energy. As Mr. Barant said, unregulated energy, that's generally the things that people plug in on laptops and all sorts of things. Look at us all plugged in today, for example. And that's actually one element of energy use within household. The regulated energy tends to be the energy demand from the fabric, the building itself, and space heating. So those are the ones that developers and builders have more control over, and those are the ones that are also the focus of the building regulations. I think, and that's why by minimising any demand through energy efficiency measures such as fabric performance and passive designs tends to focus on that regulated energy, and there's a lot of examples as to how that's been done. I think the overall using less energy also does incorporate the unregulated energy, and it's a harder thing to mandate, as it were. You don't want to tell people you can't plug in things, but the use of smart meters and behaviour change and information are the softer approaches that could be doing that. I think you could say, for one example, you could take out the word "for example," but you could then read that the only thing you're doing is the regulated, not the unregulated.
And this wording, as you pointed out to me, is consistent with wording in other adopted plans as well, isn't it?
Yeah. On the sort of second point to do with heat pumps versus district heating effectively and whether it needs to be future proofed. Yes, air source heat pumps are being generally used as the alternative to gas central heating. There is a lot of research going into and a lot of push for district heating as a primary source of heating. Because it is very efficient. There's economies of scale rather than individual homes. There are different ways that you can do that. It's very good for mixed use developments, making most of the waste heat, as we mentioned earlier, without getting into that. And so there are some real benefits to do that. There's also the fact that it gives flexibility. My understanding is, and please don't quote me on this, that it isn't hugely different because you still need heat pumps to convert from sort of air source heat pumping into district heating at a later stage. We're not requiring specifically that all of the necessary infrastructure is in place, but it's just a recognition that in some locations, particularly where district heating may be on the cards, and you've got heat zoning policy, for example, coming forward in the future, in the lifetime of this plan, that those systems will be easily retrofitted to be able to connect. We're not saying it's going to happen specifically and very quickly. I think Horsham is an excellent approach and is future-proofed without putting overburden on the developments themselves.
I'll bring in Mr. Bennett. I want to make a point.
Thank you, sir. It's Harry Bennett. I'm an Associate Director of Lichfield, representing Barclays Strategic here today. Ours is just a minor point in respect of Part 2C of the policy, sir. And it is just that the policy at that part of the policy sets a order of prioritisation for the optimum means of low or zero carbon heat supply. Our objection is one of effectiveness, and that the policy should be technology agnostic in that respect and should not set an order of preference. We have suggested a modification. We suggested it in the Reg 19 stage, and we've suggested it again in our hearing statements. And I suppose there's sort of two ways of dealing with it. Either you would either just delete the prioritisation, or if you just change the wording, so you, as suggested, use of the optimum means of low or zero carbon heat supply is demonstrated, including, and that'll be one example of dealing with our objection to the policy, sir. It's just so that a one-size-fits-all approach.
And the technologies constantly moving
over this
on.
plan period, so thank you very much.
What do you think about that?
I'll start off, but I may again pass over. The reason for our hierarchy there is, again, it's based on our need to get to net zero. So what we're recognising with the sort, the source, whether it's air or water source heat pumps, whatever we're giving there in terms of the technology, they're known to be carbon neutral. When you're getting to direct electric heating, that's not necessarily the case. So in terms of meeting our objectives to become zero carbon, that's why we're setting that hierarchy. What the hierarchy doesn't do is necessarily require developers to there may be reasons why they can't do that, but we're wanting people to think about that and use the lowest carbon in order first. But
yeah, the point that was made though is over the plan period, things are likely to may well change. Well, I can't say likely, but could change as technology evolves. That's the point that was made. So is the policy future-proofed for that? So yeah, you say now, based on your evidence, that priority order is the right one, but it may not be. As time might not be as time moves on.
we're not there.
No, but we're
Point.
not. But
Hello, sorry, just talking a potential suggestion, which may meet both parties. Rather than being specific to different types of technology, could be that option C sort of talks about using the optimum means of low and zero carbon heat supply, and this is just wording off the top of my head here, but that which starting from the low, which produces the lowest carbon emissions or something like that. So that as that would encapsulate any new technologies that come in over time, actually talk about the other things that haven't been included here and really meet the requirements of the council, which is to keep the carbon emissions down, keep the energy use down as much as possible without being too prescriptive, as we've heard. So I don't know whether without speaking specifically with the council, whether that's something to take away.
We could go and consider that.
yeah, I think you should. I think you've already suggested a mod to take out point 1, and that sort of recognised understanding's changed, doesn't it? So I think it is going to be a rapidly moving technological environment, isn't it? It's got to be. So I think it might not be necessary to specify things in a particular order to achieve the aims of the policy, and you want the best solutions to come forward, don't you?
I think wording to making sure that it focuses on what the best solution come forward, but in a more potential more general way.
Yeah.
I think we wouldn't be comfortable having something like including, because there's a point of the preference, there's a point of the fact that you want the lowest possible first, as it were. So we can look at additional wording that will revise wording.
The point is to look at the mod that you've proposed again, but in light of the comments that technology is constantly evolving and it doesn't want to limit things unnecessarily. Limit innovation, really. Are there any more points on policy SP7 that anybody wants to raise? No. So turning to policy SP8 then, which is sustainable design and construction. Again, can I just ask the council to introduce it and sort of explain what it seeks to achieve, and any, I don't think you've proposed any modifications to this one, have you? No.
Specific modification to the policy, sir, but there is a modification to the paragraph 5.29, which was to pick up a point that you'd raised in the MIQs about the relationship between this policy and water neutrality.
Yeah.
Which was just to clarify that where there's a discrepancy between this policy and any water neutrality standards that are required in terms of energy efficiency, that it would be that the policy 9 requirements that take precedence.
Yeah,
It's SM12 in terms of the modifications.
Yeah, okay, we'll get to that in
Sorry, probably jumped ahead.
No, it's probably a good point to end the session on, wouldn't it, as a precursor to the afternoon. But yeah, do you want to just talk us through the aims of the policy and what it seeks to achieve?
Yeah, certainly, sir. So really, in terms of this policy, obviously what we're seeking to do is looking at the design and how those buildings are constructed. It's a similar concept really in terms of what we've talked about in some of the other policies, in terms of, obviously, whilst we're referring to building regulations, it's meant to be complementary to that. So it's also looking at some of the other elements that we may also bring in terms of the design as a whole, not just the units, if you like. And then also, obviously, there are sort of more specific elements within that policy. So obviously, when you're getting on to retrofitting, and also then obviously how we would be dealing with historic buildings. And obviously that's looking at delivering that, again, similar to before, through a sustainability statement. So that's the sort of the generalities of the policy.
Does anyone have any views on policy SP8, Mr. Baran?
It's so I usually look at policies like this and where they're repeating the sort of the requirement to meet building regulations, and sometimes wince a little in terms of, well, there's no need to repeat the building regulations and that development must meet them. However, I'm sort of in the case of this one in two minds in terms of thinking, well, actually, it clearly sets out where the expectation starts with regard to the assessment of buildings and any potential performance that the developer might be able to deliver above and beyond that. So I think with regard to this approach that's been taken by the council, that it's not an inappropriate position to sort of start from. So I think a lot of times it depends on how the policy's worded and what the approach has been taken as to what is stated within policy. So in terms of this, I can understand potentially where the council are coming from in terms of saying it should, even though it is a fact that all development must meet those building regulations in the first place. But I can broadly see where the council are coming from within that. So I think I mentioned sort of removing that, but I think in terms of what the council have said, I'm not wholly against such an approach in this situation.
Any other points? No? It's a light session, isn't it, in comparison to some of the others, which I think council probably will welcome. It's been demanded. Okay, so then the mod goes to looks at paragraph 5.9, doesn't it? Other parts of it, no, quite. So, no. You put a comment in there about water neutrality taking precedence over other things. Again, I think I've got a reserve opinion on sort of any mods that are needed related to water neutrality, but seeking to make some mods to just clarify it are sort of welcome. So I don't think I can say any more about that, having not had the session this afternoon. Okay. Is there anything under those three policies that people wanted to mention that they've not had the opportunity to do so? Now's your time. You're hovering, Councillor Sallows. I'm not encouraging you, but you look tentative.
I think the point I was thinking about was covered by other policies and other references in the policies.
All right, thank you. It's great. All right. So that's all I've got under matter 3, issue 2. Okay, so I'll conclude that session, and then we'll be coming back this afternoon at 2 to deal with matter 3, issue 2, whether the approach to water neutrality and flooding is justified, effective, and consistent with national policy and positively prepared. I did press it. Anyway, so I'm going to run through that again briefly. So good morning everyone in the room and watching online. I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State. My name is Luke Fleming, and I'm here to carry out the independent examination of the Horsham local plan. So when you do wish to speak, please turn your nameplates on end and I'll come to you accordingly. Hearing sessions are all being recorded, so you'll be able to watch them back online. Here with me today is the Programme Officer, Kerry Truman. If you require any more information about the examination, please contact Kerry, she'll be able to help you. Before doing so, please read my examination guidance notes. Can a member of the Council's team just briefly explain what we should do in an emergency and housekeeping?
Yep, certainly. I'm Catherine Howe, Head of Strategic Planning. Just in terms of fire safety, there are no fire drills planned during this afternoon. So if the alarm does sound, we will need to evacuate the building via the nearest fire exits. They're located opposite where I'm sitting and to my left. And then please follow one of the council officers to the assembly point, which is located at the bandstand in Horsham Park, until we are told to return to the office. Just in terms of the locations of toilets, for those who are participating and for any hot seaters, the toilets are located through the double doors to my left and along the corridor to your left again. For those in the public gallery, there are some toilets located in reception. And then just in terms of microphones, just in terms of their use, please press the silver button in front of you. Please make sure that you're speaking into it clearly. There are those who are in the public gallery who've reported that the acoustics of this room are not brilliant and it can be quite difficult to hear. So just bear that in mind when you're speaking and try and project your voice. And then just the other thing, there's quite a few people in the room. There are quite a lot of trailing cables. So again, just be mindful when you're walking around, please don't trip.
Yeah, okay. Just literally shout out if someone's not using the mic. If anyone did that to me, there wouldn't have been the delay. Just literally, please just shout out and it makes sure we pick everything up. There's no problem with that. No one will think it's rude. So before we get into the agenda for the session, which is basically set out in my matters, issues and questions, we've got the MP Andrew Griffiths here with us, and he's going to say a few words before we get into some of the detailed matters, if that's okay. After we've done that, I'll then come to the council and ask you to each introduce yourself, because there's some new members of the team there. So, Mr. Griffiths, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fleming. Is that microphone okay? Perfect. And I shall make, as you kindly permitted me, my general remarks once for the whole of the plan. First of all, let me thank everybody for their role in putting this plan together. It's a substantial piece of work, and I recognise the challenges of plan making against the constraints that we face in this district in particular, as well as changes to the planning framework that are going on all around us, and some of the ongoing concerns for water neutrality and nature, which protects the important habitats we have. I am very concerned by a number of the site allocations made for housing in this plan, and I speak for the communities I represent in the south of the Horsham district, in particular in Storrington, Pulborough, Henfield, Ashington, West Chiltington, Thacombe and Small Dole. All of those are strategic sites identified. My residents, I've been the Member of Parliament now for 5 years, have experienced the impact at the sharp end of inappropriate housing developments previously approved by this council. They are not universally NIMBYs. All of them have developed and worked on neighbourhood plans providing growth for their community and the type of housing that delivers them. But we have seen a substantial amount of housing, far more than our fair share. It's concreted over much of our green fields. Our land is particularly flood-prone, Mr. Fleming, and that's resulted in significant amounts of flooding as a consequence of past development of homes, roads and footpaths. One example of this right now I'm dealing with is in Thacombe, where a new housing development been approved by the council, very significant scale of development, is already causing, midway through its construction, significant floods, cut off footpaths to local communities, and forced existing residents to take additional flood defence measures. My point is that floodplains and a very high water table, which is a feature of our geography that will not change, needs much greater consideration, together with the cumulative, the compounding impact of the scale of multiple developments that we've seen in a particular area. You will be aware, Mr. Fleming, from reviewing the comments on the plan about the lack of infrastructure to support more housing. The cancellation of the much needed A27 bypass, the primary east-west route running through West Sussex, which has created a very significant problem of rat running through South Down villages and towns, even before more housing has been added. I'll come back to that, but that's particularly acute in the areas around Storrington and around Pulborough and Stenning, which is the main alternative route when the A27 is congested. So to be clear, today I'm seeking for you, Mr. Fleming, as the inspector, to make main modifications to the local plan, as is your power, so that the plan, which is not currently sound or compliant with the National Planning Policy Framework, can indeed be made so. I'm not against making a plan. It is simply that this particular plan, notwithstanding the good endeavours that people have approached it with, is not one that can be made. We're dealing with lots of different changes in the National Planning Policy Framework as we speak. I've just arrived from Parliament where we were debating the very latest version of that. I will spare the many experts in this room the details of that. However, it is clear that a continuing thrust under multiple different parties and governments of plan making is consideration for neighbourhood plans. And at its heart, what this plan does not do is build from the neighbourhood plans that have been put together from local communities. That is something that can be rectified at this stage. We're seeing that the additional plans that have been announced today will put even more burdens on these sort of communities going forward. It's a really terrible day for anybody involved in plan making, because notwithstanding the very difficult endeavour of allocating the most scarce resource, which is land, particularly in the southeast of England, that will reduce the local voice. And while some of the developers in the room may think that's not a good thing, if you actually want development to happen, one has to go with the grain of human nature. And as I say, the communities I represent understand the need for development for their children, for their grandchildren. They are themselves product of organic growth over, in many cases, centuries. I'd like to speak primarily on policy HA17, HA18 and HA21. And those are all areas in which I consider the current plan to be particularly unsound and capable of remediation. And they relate to communities I represent in Storrington, Stenning and West Chiltington, all of whom have had significant development already. Most of the arguments I make apply generally to the other strategic allocation sites in the south, including Thacombe, Henfield, Pulborough and Ashington. And rather than go through the detail of that, I'd like to associate myself fully with the submissions that were made in respect to the consultation at the Reg 19 document from the parish councils and residents of those communities. I support and associate myself with those comments rather than repeating them for everybody here today. The core area of non-compliance is in the fact that these allocations do not achieve or create sustainable communities, which you will know, Mr. Fleming, is at the core of all of the national planning policy frameworks. There is an inadequacy of transport, particularly if we ever turned our mind to public transport, where I invite you as part of your process to seek to visit some of these communities. You'll have to do that with a great deal of planning. Perhaps the many officers can help explain to you that in some of these communities, there is a bus that arrives one day and then leaves another. So please, you're most welcome, come along. You may have to make provision to stay for the night because many of these communities are not served by a daily bus. There is an inadequacy of sewage infrastructure. I hope both as an exercise of your inquiry and what you hear from others, you can understand the very significant amount of problems from sewage. That includes communities that are enduring 24/7 pumped off-site sewage treatment. So a tanker parked in the middle of the village or town with its engine running, pumping from the main sewage system, driving that sewage off-site for processing because of the inadequacy of sewage. A failure to consider the impact on the natural environment, habitats, biodiversity, and much more. All of the other measures of what makes for sustainable communities. Again, I'm not going to list all of those, you'll be pleased to hear, but they have been faithfully captured. You will find all of them in the summary of representations document. And again, I think that deserves very careful study and addressing as part of our plan making process. In general, the level of development, given the scale of the communities and the lack of the infrastructure that is available to those communities, is completely inappropriate. I'll give you an example to bring this to life. The site known as Land North of Melton Drive in Storrington, together with the land at Rock Road, it forms policy HA19 for a combined total in this small, already congested community of 125 homes. The Melton Drive site has come forward for planning consideration to this council on a number of occasions recently, and every single time it has rightly been rejected, including by the council. I'm seeking for you to remove that planning application in its entirety. It does not have local consent, does not meet local planning criteria. It's on greenfield land and it goes against the locally made plans and policies. The access from Fryan Road will generate significant additional traffic, putting more pressure on local infrastructure, which already suffers from a high volume of traffic and is almost uniquely in West Sussex already an air pollution monitoring point. A significant part of Fryan Road, just to bring to life some of the issues, does not have a pavement for pedestrians. As there say, many people arrive by train, the wonderful public transport service here that's linked directly to London, and there is a lovely pavement. There's actually two pavements, there's one on both sides of the road. There are even pedestrian crossings. None of those facilities exist on Fryan Road. It does not have a pavement for pedestrians and is very narrow in places. If you walk down that road on which it is proposed to put 125 extra dwellings, you will take your life in your hands, and please, for the sake of anybody, I hope that you do not meet one of the inappropriately large HGV vehicles, or though unlikely, a bus, because they're unable to pass side by side. Residents have highlighted local infrastructure pressures on traffic, as well as the impact on the local environment. These relate particularly to the A283, where the traffic is heavy. It queues constantly from Storrington through to Washington, and they suffer from the lack of footpaths. It's also an area that suffers from traffic volume and speed. Another similar site, again it's on the A283, that I would wish to see removed from the local plan is known as Land at Glebe Farm. It forms policy HA17 in Stenning. It proposes to put 265 homes on entirely greenfield, always undeveloped, predominantly agricultural land. It drains directly into the River Ada. There is no successful remediation for the runoff into the River Ada. And it's completely inappropriate. The sewage system in Stenning already cannot cope. There are no places at the GP. The GP is already unable to cope with the existing population of Stenning, and we have real problems with school places. Mr. Fleming, as the local Member of Parliament, one spends a significant proportion of one's time, twice a year, dealing with the challenges of parents trying to get their children into school. This is not a South London exercise in parental choice between 6 or 7 easily commutable schools. The reality is most parents in West Sussex are lucky if they can obtain a place at one school and then encounter the very significant logistical challenges if you live in a rural community of how your children will get to school. All of our schools all our secondary schools are overflowing. Most of our primary schools are overflowing. There is no capacity for these additional 265 homes, which could result in nearly 1,000 people. The Glebe farm land regularly floods. It spends a large part, as do many of the areas that I talk about today, large part of the winter months with the water table at surface level. Any inundation on top of that results in surface water runoff. Often the roads, which themselves don't have successful drainage attached to them, flood as well. That produces an enormous amount of runoff. It gets straight into our stormwater sewers and straight into the River Ada, which I hope you'll take evidence on, is under real challenges in terms of the water quality. Sedenning is one of those communities that suffers from sludge sewage, untreated sewage being extracted from the inappropriate, unsustainable, lack of capacity sewage system and being tankered away. And there are significant issues with local transport. Most of these sites that I talk about, whilst they're not in the South Downs National Park, you will know that's a separate planning authority, lie fully within the site of the South Downs National Park. That is a dark skies, protected national reserve, the only one in the southeast of England, and all of this development would have significant deleterious impacts on that. I'll let others talk about the huge array of bird and mammal species, around a quarter of which are red list endangered species, that would be impacted, particularly around some of these sites like Glebe Farm. Policy HA21 proposes 15 houses on land in Smock Alley in West Chiltington. That is another example of a site which has been repeatedly refused planning on a number of previous attempts. Most recently, just this April, that went to appeal. Even the planning inspector dismissed that. That is wholly appropriate. For some inexplicable reason, it is being brought back to the council yet again. What one can only speculate as to exactly what is going on there. It has no merit as a site. It should not be built on. The council should not be making any form of premature determination as a point of legal process. That would be entirely wrong. It should be considered within the framework of this local planning review. That is the appropriate forum in which to do that. The council should not be proceeding with that, and you can consider that, Mr. Fleming, as part of your considerations as to whether you think that is a site that is sustainable. I would contend it is not. It is a location that is entirely dependent on car use, and it's on a site that is rich and has been proven to be rich in natural habitats. It's outside the built-up boundary area, and as I say, even a planning inspector previously determined it has no relation to the adjoining settlement. Needless to say, that has attracted a very significant strength of local feeling, with over 1,000 local residents not just concerned about the planning outcome itself, but severely concerned about the conduct of Horsham District Council and its leadership in that matter. In general, and I think they are reflected in the very significant number of representations you have had by residents against this local plan, they must be given weight. In order to have a planning system that delivers the homes the nation needs, allows developers to get on with their important contribution to society of building those homes, but brings communities with us, it is absolutely imperative that we have trust in the system. That is why I'm here today. That is why you're here today. That's why we're all here today. We have to have a system for making these decisions that we can trust. But if we're to do that, we have to open ourselves up to the voice of communities, and we have to create loops whereby people see that if they respond to a consultation, and in many cases they respond to a consultation in their tens or hundreds or thousands, that something, Mr. Fleming, therefore changes. Because cynically the system barrels on regardless, and it is causing an enormous erosion of trust that is actually preventing the homes being built that we need to be built. I'll address very briefly water neutrality. You've got a longer session on that. I don't have any subject matter expertise. I do see the difficulties for the natural ecosystem of us living in an area of water stress, of real water scarcity. Experts talk about the fact that the South East will be in a position of not having self-sufficiency in water. There's clearly a role for Natural England, for Southern Water, for government infrastructure in terms of trying to solve some of these issues in both the short and the long term. But that does not mean that we should barrel along regardless. And it does not mean that we should try and find workarounds of a short-term nature, even the sort of Ponzi schemes that we are seeing springing up in this community. People transferring money, making up credits, pretending they're engaging in behaviour that they're not engaging in. I see it all, Mr. Fleming. I see farmers saying, you know, they'll cease to do something for a couple of years until the council's back is turned, pocketing the money of developers, knowing that there is no compliance procedure ever invented known to man that will continue to provide an intrusive inspection regime to do that. So we need to address that, but we shouldn't feel under duress to address that. And it's a very, very weighty consideration in this area. The eyes of the country are on us in terms of how we are going to reconcile those issues. Let me just finally conclude with one point. Often when I make these sorts of representations, and I am someone that engages in the planning process in a balanced way, makes reasoned arguments, tries to represent the community, but also tries to explain the hard truths to communities and accepts the need for us to have the right way of building our communities organically. But one of the ways in which this is often couched is we either proceed in this one particular direction at this particular one time, or nothing happens. And that's simply not true. There are a very significant number of brownfield sites in the Horsham district. It's a district of, I believe, over 700 square kilometres. There are very significant amounts of public land, land owned by the NHS, land owned by the National Rail Company, very significant amounts of brownfield land, a very small proportion of which, by the way, appears on the council's brownfield land register. A very, very productive way forward for all of us will be to do a much better examination and scrutiny of where there are potential brownfield sites, where there is potential even within this district to go up, not out. You may be familiar from your studies of the area about the very large site that lies immediately adjacent to this plan, Cement Works in Shoreham, a site that's capable of taking thousands of dwellings, but because of the path of least resistance, of coming along to a plan, going through the masquerade and seeking the most profitable course of action, which is a simple consent of a piece of greenfield ex-agricultural land. That piece of perfect greyfield, brownfield, call it what you want, but that perfect site with its easy connectivity to Shoreham, with its opportunity to do some wonderful architecture, to build sustainable communities, that site has gone undeveloped for 30 plus years because all of the energy and endeavour and the human enterprise of people in this room has gone to finding another quarter acre of an adjacent piece of green field. And no one has lifted their eyes and sought to fully exploit that opportunity. And I know it's out with your own contemplation, Mr. Fleming, but we are, of course, just minutes away from a huge global conurbation on a train. A conurbation that has 24/7 transport networks. You can literally get on public transport 24 hours a day in that city and travel around it. It's got 5 teaching hospitals. It's got 3 Premier League football clubs. It's got a complete number of education facilities from primary, secondary, tertiary, and every other level. That is the infrastructure. That's the society where we should be building. And I know it is outside your contemplation, but it is a great pain to me, as it is, I know, to residents across West Sussex, across Horsham, across the whole of the South East, that on a day that we are being told that we must have top-down command and control housing targets rained upon our heads, that the target for London, with all of that wonderful infrastructure, the brownfield opportunities, the chance to densify one of the least dense urban cities in Western Europe, is having its housing target reduced. Mr. Fleming, thank you very much for entertaining my representations on behalf of my constituents. As I say, I'm largely trying to articulate the detail of the substance that has already been made in representations and urge you to maintain trust in this planning process by using your discretion to make this plan in a better and more sustainable way.
Thank you for that. Have you got a written version of that you'd like to be put in the library?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
if I'll
If you send
tidy
it-
it up for
yeah.
you, Mr. Fleming, and we'll have it to you first thing tomorrow morning.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for that. I'm going to get straight on, as we've got a lot to get through this afternoon. Can I just ask the council to very briefly just introduce the team, and we'll start working through matter 3, issue 2, which is whether the approach to water neutrality and flooding is justified, effective, consistent with national policy and positively prepared.
So, good afternoon. My name is Paul Shadarevian, KC, acting for the council.
I'm Catherine Howe, Head of Strategic Planning.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Clark Gordon, although my nameplate does say Horsham District Council, just to make clear that I am representing all of the Sussex North authorities on the matter of water neutrality and snows.
Good afternoon, sir. Tal Clyman from the policy team.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Mark McLaughlin from the policy team.
Thank you. I think the agenda for this afternoon is pretty much sort of set a lot by what we've discussed before. My matters, issues and questions are very brief, and under the heading of whether the specific policies are sound, really, and it's the question of the overall approach, really, that we need to explore. There's a lot of people that need to speak today. It's going to be a case of I'm going to need to hear from them and then come back to the council, and it will be a case of taking a sort of group of people and then coming back as I did in the other larger sessions. I'd ask you that really try and build on the points that others have made. If you really don't need to make a point because somebody else has said that there's no harm in that either. Nobody would think bad of you or draw any significance of that to anything that you've already said. So just bear that in mind. So really, the first question for the council is looking directly at strategic policy 9, water neutrality. Is it sound? Now, I'm just going to say a few observations that might just sort of make the discussion, might not, but might help flow the discussion. So I asked a number of questions under A, B, C, D and E. And so basically, I'm going to say I'm aware that this policy is a joint approach and it's in other plans. I'm aware that a very similar policy has recently been examined in Crawley. So I'm aware of that. I don't need to go over that too much. I asked about the policies map and whether I understand that, and you proposed a modification to deal with the water resource zone. I understand that the water resource zone could change over the plan period, and I also understand that it's in the council's gift to review its own policies map. So it's a question of flexibility in terms of the policy wording, which I think that's fairly easily solvable, is my point. I think inevitably we're going to need to get into a lot of detail about the SNOWS offsetting scheme. I understand the difference between water efficiency and water neutrality. I understand that, and I don't really need that to be sort of explained to me. I've read the statements that you've provided. I think there's a number of points that I'm going to make. I'm really interested in timing of everything. As I look, just focusing in on SNOWS right now, I think I understand from the statements that you suggest that the council's SNOWS would be 12% of the capacity in the plan. I don't want you to come in. I'll just say it and you can correct me in your responses. There's concluding remarks in the council's statements that talk about timing, and I'm confused a little bit about the relationship with the water resource management plan and how and if the snow scheme can become live. Okay? I'm confused about timing. I said at the start, my understanding was maybe snows would be something that would be brought forward ahead of the water resource management plan review to if you like, block the pipeline. I want you to help me to understand more about that. Having said those points, I'm going to give the council the chance to just introduce the policy, and then very briefly, and then I'm going to be literally looking to people in the room to bring you into the discussion, because I know people have got a lot to say on the matter.
We've all read the policy, we know what it says, so in terms of introducing it, can I suggest that what we do is look at the underlying problem which it seeks to address, and then move on to the issue of snows and how it addresses it, making sure we address the issues you've raised just now.
Yeah.
Thank you. In which case...
Yes, good afternoon again, sir. So I won't rehearse what I had rehearsed was...
I'm sorry about that.
That's fine, sir. Saving my voice. You will know what the position statement said for Natural England. You will know that it pointed us in a pathway towards water neutrality. We discussed on Tuesday morning the various documents that we have produced to set a policy position. In very broad terms, the policy position is, I suppose, dual aspect. First, to make development as efficient as we think it can be, and second of all, recognising that new development will inevitably use water to offset the remainder. Yeah. And then the remainder of the policy is a bit more, I suppose, process-driven in terms of what should it be provided to the council in terms of a planning application, what should be contained within a water neutrality statement, we call it. With regards to flexibility, and you mentioned that, so I'll try to strike that out straight away. We do have clause 7, and clause 7, you will know that accepts that it is, or criterion 7, however it's expressed, should water neutrality, or should the position statement be pulled, sir, then we would sort of revert back to the optional building standards approach, which is what we actually currently apply here because we are a water stressed area. Is that high level enough for you in terms of sort of introducing the policy, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
So another question really for the council, just to clear it up. This policy doesn't preclude developers from advancing their own water neutrality solutions at all, does it?
It does not, no, absolutely not.
Just want to get that clear.
And just to identify the particular clause, so clause 4 begins with development proposals are not required to utilise the local authority-led offsetting scheme, which we now call SNOWS.
Yeah, and the water neutrality goes right back to the HRA.
Yes.
And then that takes me right back then to where I started on day 1 in terms of paragraph 11 of the framework.
Yes.
Yes.
It's that layering up, I suppose, that you mentioned in the first hour.
Yeah, okay. Right, I want to start bringing people in if at all possible. I'm going to start with Mr. Cameron, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to address your overall question, which is whether the approach is justified, effective, consistent, and so on. And there are one main point that I make, and then I'll elaborate on it. And that is that the approach to water neutrality is unrealistic and undeliverable, and therefore unsound. And I don't need to draw your attention, sir, to the MPPF's guidance on deliverability. You're familiar with it, but it's para 16A and 35. Plans have to be deliverable. Well, what does this plan rely upon in Policy 9? It relies upon two measures: water efficiency and offsetting. You made plain that you're fully conversant with that. But then when you look at offsetting, the figures, which you've already quoted, 88% is reliant upon Southern Water and their water resource management plan. And the reference from that is the Council's hearing statement, M3.01A, paragraph 17. So Snows is going to deliver 12%. But the essential point that I make on behalf of FACUM and in our hearing statement is that both elements of offsetting are uncertain. And they're uncertain because the Water Resource Management Plan, which is the absolute bulk relied upon, 88%, is due to be published in mid-2025, but we don't know what it will say, and yet the plan places almost entire reliance upon it for offsetting. As far as Snows is concerned, you've raised the issue of timing, sir. So Snows, the points under Snows are timing and viability. And then there's a point on dependence. But on timing, you'll see that in the council documents, and this is CC 16, May 24, they told us full business case scheduled for spring, early summer production. That's page 4. But then we have a document in November, HDC 17, when surprise, probably not to most of us, that the initial target was not met. And they aim for December, January production of the full business case. Well, this is just the business case, let alone the scheme being up and running. And that hasn't happened yet. Viability, very considerable uncertainty there. In the council's hearing statement, they rely on the viability assumptions that are made in the Aspinall-Verdi report, H12, page 34. But that doesn't even assess the cost of Snows, because that viability assessment is limited to the cost of the measures that each needs to be taken in each home to achieve the 85 litres per person per day. Unless the council can point us to it, there's no assessment in terms of viability of the costs of the credits that developers are going to have to obtain through Snows. So very considerable uncertainty on both elements of the supposed solution. And then you look at how heavily dependent the plan is on Snows. And if you look at HDC03, which is topic paper 2, there's an appendix, appendix 1, which sets out all the strategic sites. And a large number of them either have no solution identified or they're dependent on Snows. And I needn't go through the list, but a lot of them are dependent on Snows. So, given all that uncertainty, there must be considerable doubt as to whether the council's water neutrality solution can be delivered. And this goes to your overall question, is the plan sound? Well, it's not sound if it's based on an undeliverable solution. And of course, you know, sir, that, and we don't get into that, but there are alternative solutions, on-site schemes, and they ought to be considered at the plan-making stage because of the unsoundness of the approach. And so I think that's enough for me, but I hope you've heard our points before, so I don't go back to paragraph 11, the MPPF, which you mentioned, because that's where we started in our submissions. But the thrust of the point is that the whole of the council's strategy on water neutrality is unsound because it's undeliverable, and therefore the plan is undeliverable.
Mr. Barant, please. If you first time you're speaking, can you introduce yourself?
Absolutely, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Mark Barant from the Home Builders Federation. I think in terms of building on what Mr. Cameron just said, but sort of taking it slightly in a different area, is regard to the starting point for consideration of the two prongs. In terms of the points made by the direction of travel given about water neutrality and any Natural England guidance. And I think this is where the issue the HBF has and many of the members have is that it seems to ignore the responsibilities of the Water Industry Act, Section 37 and 94, which requires the water providers, Southern Water in this case, to meet the needs, the current and future needs of development of residents and new development in the area. And I think it's that starting point that's missing in terms of what's being taken forward, and then being taken forward into terms of that consideration of what the Water Resource Management Plan 2024 is going to be. We, in our initial representations, consider the 2019 Water Resource Management Plan to be sufficient and its HRA to allow the local authority to go forward without a need for the water offsetting approach that's been taken forward. We recognise in the Kilnwood Vale decision that the Secretary of State concluded differently in terms of that. So, but this doesn't mean that going forward that the new WRMP, which will be have its own appropriate assessment and HRA in terms of supporting that, won't address the issue of water neutrality through its position and the position statement with regard to the to abstraction at Hardham and how that's moved forward. So I think in terms of where we're coming from with regard to this, is that actually it is the responsibility of the water company to be addressing the need for to meet the needs and demand, not for the house building industry to pay for offsetting with regard to that position. I'm sure others will come forward with around the table who have more detail in terms of some of the positions, whether there's headroom and where that can come from. But the fundamental position with regard to the WRMP, which is just been out to consultation and does have Annex 22, which sets out a sustainability study will be undertaken to assess what those impacts will be and what a way forward will be to ensure that that the water needs of the area can be addressed. And I think there is potential for the EA, for Natural England, and for the local authority and for Southern Water to come together to ensure that the impact of the new WRMP and the needs that need to be met during that period can be addressed without, or it has to show that it can be addressed without additional impact being placed on the abstraction at Pulborough and the necessary impact on the SAC, or the SAC. There may be that this requires abstraction to cease, it could be abstraction to reduce, but ultimately that will take into account the impact on the SAC, therefore falling haven't been well. My tongue was getting very, very fat then in terms of talking, and so in terms of what falls away is the need for that water neutrality, because that has been addressed through the WRMP 24 and through the limitations on abstraction at Hardham. So I think that's where my concern, sir, is that actually it's placing the burden on development when actually that burden shouldn't be placed on development. It should be being addressed by Southern Water as the water company that has the legal responsibility to deliver water for the area. So, but I'm sure others will come up with far more detail and better explanation than me, but that's the HBF's principal concern.
Thank you. Can I bring in Mr. Boyle, please?
So thank you very much. Christopher Boyle, King's Counsel, instructed by Lichfields on behalf of Barclays Strategic. So with I think the flexibility you've indicated in terms of the agenda order, I would focus on your questions D and E, which Barclays have made submissions on under this topic specifically. And as I do say so, do you mind if I ask you a question? Have you been able to review the Kilnwood Vale decision, inspector's decision? And I think you were made aware at the early part of this inquiry that that's now under challenge by Crest Nicholson.
I was briefly alerted sort of today.
Yeah.
That's the first that I've heard of that today. Yeah.
It's a little bit of my specialist subject because I acted on behalf of Crest Nicholson in the inquiry, and then of course we've mounted the appeal on their behalf. But today I'm appearing on behalf of Barclays, and as you know, Barclays have a large strategic allocation at Southwater. And so we have this perspective to give to you, if we may. And it's set out in our representations in terms of the short-term nature that SNOWS is or ever can be relevant for you, and the flexibility the policy must therefore have as regards reliance upon SNOWS. And to a large extent, they will rebut and respond to some of the points made by others who don't have sites in the plan, who say that the plan is unsound because of its over-reliance on SNOWS. So our perspective is as follows, and it may be, if you have the opportunity, helpful to look at the claim bundle that's gone into the High Court, because that gives you quite a handy background to the history of all of this, and in particular the identification of the Hardham-Pulborough groundwater abstraction site as being the point in issue, because it really is as narrow as that. There's one groundwater abstraction licence. At Hardham-Pulborough, it's two different names for the same place, which, as you know, sir, was the origin of the Natural England position statement, and importantly, of 2021, which is now quite a long time ago. And in essence, as you've seen, the position statement says that Natural England couldn't exclude the potential for impact on certain European sites from that abstraction at historic levels. And so you'll recall, or if you don't recall, you'll see from those papers that three things, as far as planning was concerned, forward planning was concerned, happened. There's another one happened, which of course was the essential effective moratorium on new permissions being granted. In terms of looking forward, three things happened. Firstly, the authorities developed, as you've heard, the so-called SNOWS concept as a way, it's been fairly put, a way of delivering an offsetting solution if that was required. Secondly, Southern Water, as the water undertaker, undertook to voluntarily reduce its reliance upon the impugned Hardham abstraction point, and they took it down from, I think it's 36 permitted, 13 usual, down to 5 is what they're currently undertaking to do. And they did that in the context of the third aspect, which was the action of the Environment Agency. And it's all set out in the correspondence in those documents I've just referred you to. And the Environment Agency commissioned a sustainability review, which is working with Southern Water to establish what is considered to be an acceptable, and when I say acceptable, I mean acceptable consistent with the habitats regulations preventing impact on the European sites, acceptable levels of abstraction of groundwater at the Hardham-Pulborough site. Now, the reason why I emphasise the dates of the 2021 statement is, of course, we're in 2024. Your consideration, assuming, given what I had this morning, assuming it continues into next year, will be doing that. It'll be going into next year, and then there'll be modifications, and then there'll be adoption in due course, one assumes, if it's going in the right direction. The timings for the Environment Agency's sustainability review is to report by, they say, April 25. So within the time frame of your consideration, and certainly within a very, very early time frame of this plan period running. The Southern Water WRMP is also, as you've heard, being conducted at the moment. The consultation on the last final revised version of it closed this month, or the end of last month, I forget which exactly, and it now goes to DEFRA and the Environment Agency to consider for publication. So you'll be aware that both the Environment Agency Sustainability Review, which leads ultimately to their action under Section 52 of the...
Have you, sorry to interject, did you give an indication as when DEFRA and the Environment Agency might?
I can give you this much, though, which is that the WRMP 24 has an effective running period of 5 years from 2025 onwards. So it should have happened already, but certainly it is expected to happen within the short part of the next year. So that's broadly the same period as the Sustainability Review. Now, the Sustainability Review, which I say will lead to action under Section 52 of the Water Resources Act by the Environment Agency to determine whether it needs to amend, revoke, or leave alone the current abstraction licence. And that's an exercise which is subject to its own habitats regulations assessment, being a plan or project. And so the Environment Agency will be considering the findings, whatever they are, of the Sustainability Review in the context of the habitats regulations in determining what level is acceptable to be abstracted from Harden. And as Mr. Bernard said a moment ago, it could be zero. It could be something else. It could be what they've got already. Importantly, for your purposes, if the answer is we don't know, Habitat Reg says zero, because you can't therefore exclude impact. So if they don't know what is an acceptable level, the effective figure is zero. I said that at the same time, the Southern Water is running through the WRMP process, expected on anyone's basis to be completed therefore next year to start the next 5-year period. That also, as you'll know, sir, is subject to its own habitats regulations assessment, and hence exactly the same tests under Regulation 63 and so on and so forth. It's also necessarily going to be informed by the potential, if any, of Southern Water to rely upon the Harden abstraction point. And that happens, of course, because they can only abstract what the licence says they can abstract. They've currently volunteered to go down to 5, and pending the review, the Environment Agency have said that's fine for our purposes. But once the review has then led to the Section 52 exercise, they're told, as a matter of law, how much they can take out, which again might be zero. Until such time as that review has concluded, the WRMP has to, amongst its various scenarios, because of course it's planning a lot of scenarios across a 40-year period, it has to have at least one scenario which says no abstraction Harden. But in essence, for your purposes, my respectful submission, it doesn't matter, because whatever the WRMP treats as being able to be extracted from Harden, it has to be consistent with the habitats regulations and the views of the Environment Agency under the Section 52 exercise. Now, there could have been, and for my purposes, for the Berkeley Strategic, I don't sit here and dispute the idea that snows might have been necessary at a certain point in time. It could have been the case that in order to have as it were, I hesitate to use the word headroom, but a capacity to build out ahead of all this being resolved, some offsetting scheme was to be put together. Because of the sort of doubt that the inspector in the Section 78 raised when you're dealing with a planning application. There's a whole other issue about whether he was right to do so under the law and facts of that particular case, but I don't go into that with you. But what we do know, and this is why this is relevant to your exercise, and hence this submission in item D made by Barclays, is whatever the answer is, we'll know it in the next number of months. So when one's looking to snows and the reliance upon snows, or the risk of reliance upon snows, or the unsoundness of a plan that relies upon snows because of its own inherent uncertainty, and friend Mr. Cameron's point, it's only ever to be seen, we say, in this very short window. Because actually, in practice, by the time the plan starts to become operative, the Environment Agency and Southern Water will have told us where the water's coming from, consistent with the habitats regulations. And so the speculation that's been, will they carry on relying on Harden and so on and so forth, if you forgive the pun, evaporates literally, because they're going to be told in towns. So that's why I say that the important chronology is position statement 21 might have been perfectly okay back then, when Natural England were still talking to Environment Agency, get on and look at this please. But the reporting will have happened this coming summer, this coming year. And I think it's already been mentioned by Mr. Bernhard. There is the important principle within the water resource planning guidelines, so water planning, not town country planning. And it's paragraph 63 for your reference. It's also helpful to see paragraph 9.4.2, that the WRPG tells the authority, the water undertaker, that its WRMP follows the numbers the plan gives it. It doesn't dictate the numbers back the other way. Because paragraph 63 says, as far as England's concerned, it's their job, the water authority's job, to deliver the water that is demanded, and the way they do that is to forecast it on the basis of the growth within the area from the local plans. So it's led by the local plans, it doesn't lead the local plans. And then 9.4.2, it needs to do so in a way consistent with the habitats regulations. So when you look at the decision which Secretary of State came to in October this year on Kilwood Vale, the principle that the planning decision maker is entitled to assume that these separate regulatory regimes are operating and operate correctly is a matter accepted by the Secretary of State. There was an issue there about particular doubt on that particular case for the particular facts, which is now being challenged. But in terms of the principle, it's established that WRPG tells the water authorities it's their job to provide the water, just as you've heard from the HBF. It's not for the planning system to, as it were, plug the gap. Now, you could have had, as I don't want to repeat myself overly, but you could have had a moment of doubt. That doubt was going to be taken away from all of us this summer. And so insofar as snows is a relevant thing at all, it's, as we put it, is a short to medium issue. And we therefore ask that there must always be a recognition of that, and hence the flexibility. I think we've referenced already the clause, the flexibility in the policy, that the whole thing is likely just to be irrelevant very, very soon indeed, and none of this needs to then happen.
Thank you. Do you want me to just take a few more points, or do you want to come in now? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think it was Mr. Bashford. Just introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, sir. Sean Bashford, representing Our Place. I've listened to Mr. Boyle's explanation, and I'm not sure I completely understand it, but I still think it's very helpful giving a bit more, perhaps some clarity in terms of what might happen next year on the different measures and the plans. I don't think it takes away from the council still haven't planned on the basis of their objective assessed needs and those of their neighbours. So we effectively have a plan which is constrained on the basis of water neutrality. So I won't go over what was discussed in the last couple of days, but no proper consideration has been given to on-site solutions, and that goes back to site selection, goes back to sustainability appraisal as well. So that's helpful in terms of that explanation, but I don't think it changes what we were discussing in the last couple of days, really. So I think that still stands. And I think it's really important to go back to the process, all the way back to the original sustainability appraisal. I didn't understand the discussion that was mentioned yesterday and today about the sustainability appraisal is never finished sort of thing. It's got to assess what's in the plan. They didn't quite understand the council's comments on that, but they've got to assess things on an even basis, taking into account everything. So,
They'll respond
yes, so just a few more pieces on sort of on-site solutions not having been considered. I think the council themselves mentioned it's in SP9 itself, so it acknowledges they can be on-site. The Conor Vale decision as well, condition 6 that recognises snows could come forward, but also on-site solutions and alternatives says all as well. So there's recognition of on-site solutions. One of the things that I'm looking at, the council seems to be relying quite heavily on the Crawley local plan in terms of the solution on that. And again, I think you mentioned yourself, so whether it was yesterday or today or the day before, that Crawley's got very different circumstances, if you like, in terms of its plan and what it's got to achieve as well. It hasn't got so many strategic sites as Horsham. There aren't many large sites in Crawley, so they probably have less potential to actually look at on-site provision. If it's a new settlement, you've got a lot of land, you've got the opportunity to provide the infrastructure, and a lot of homes can pay for that as well if it's big infrastructure. And also, I had a look through that, and I couldn't really find any discussion about on-site, or the same sort of discussion we've been having over the last couple of days as well. So it's very different. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Thank you.
Is that better? Apologies.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, will do, yeah.
Do I need to repeat myself, or is that
No.
okay? Things have already been said about snows, and I won't go into those. There's lots of uncertainty, so again, that's in their representations. And again, the other thing about costs and uncertainty, again, it's very, very unclear about how the £2,000 comes about. I just can't find how that was worked out. It looks like the council said it comes from Crawley. But again, I look at Crawley's explanation, it really is hard to understand where that's come from, and it's out of date as well. We know, looking at the council's HGC 17, that says it's uncertain about the cost and things, so how on earth do we know it's £2,000? Again, you can work out on-site solutions. We provided costings for that. Other sites could no doubt do that as well. So I don't see why the council would ignore the on-site solution.
Thank you. Ms. Bowden? Uden, sorry.
Thank you, sir. Sarah Beeden from Savills, representing Crest Nicholson. I've been a planning agent on Kilmwood Vale for the past decade, and I was the planning witness at the Kilmwood Vale inquiry, which Mr. Boyle went into. Based on your points at the beginning, I'm not seeking to repeat what Mr. Boyle has said, which I completely concur with. We'd be obviously willing to provide the inspector with any information that you might find helpful from the challenge as part of that appeal. But just to, in terms of setting out Crest Nicholson's position in respect to this particular policy, it being at best case an interim policy on the basis that Mr. Boyle set out. Effectively, this is an issue that will fall away one way or the other in the very early part of the plan period, on the basis that you have statutory undertakers that will resolve this because they are under a statutory duty to do so. And that will happen as a result of that sustainability study. I have set out as succinctly as I can in my hearing statement, which I know is limited to 3,000 words, under your questions, sir, on E and D.
Yeah, I've read it.
So that's set out there. I'm not going to repeat that either, but it's just to say that that's the position, it will be resolved, and therefore it's an interim policy.
Thank you. I'm just going to go around the room, if that's all right. I can't remember who was first. You can just introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. I'm Dan Smythe of Savills. I'm representing Bellway Homes and Crest Nicholson. I also gave evidence to the Kilmwood Vale inquiry on water neutrality. You have my submissions and you've read those. I can help you with a couple of dates. The draft WRMP 2024 consultation closed on the 4th of December. Southern Water intend to publish a statement of response to the consultation in early 2025, following which they will update the revised draft WRMP and share it with the Secretary of State for the Environment. And it's then for DEFRA and Ofwat to approve the WRMP. Don't need to repeat what Mr. Boyle has said. I think we are significantly further on now in time. Sorry, is that better? Okay. Is that okay?
Just about it. We're all right in the room, but people who are listening online struggle to hear if people haven't got the microphone directly in front of them.
I've got it directly in front of me. We're significantly further on in the Kilnwood Vale inquiry, which happened at the beginning of this year, and we're much closer to the outcome of the WRMP 2024, including the habitats regulation assessment of that. Just to clarify the WRMP process, Mr. Bowles explained it's required to undertake a supply-demand forecast, takes account of growth in the local, set out in the local plan process, takes account of climate change, and it takes account of and protection of the environment, and it's subject to habitats regulation assessment, as you've heard. I think the starting point is, therefore, that water supply to new development is an obligation of the water undertaker under the Water Industry Act. On that basis, water neutrality is not required. What is required is sustainable abstraction of water from the environment, and we know that the sustainability review commissioned by Southern Water and undertaken together with other partners, including the Environment Agency and Natural England, is due to report at the end of March 2025. At that point, the Environment Agency will take action to review Southern Water's abstraction licence, groundwater abstraction from Horsham, and they will do that to determine what a sustainable level of water abstraction is from that source. That will be subject to habitats regulation itself, and the question of abstraction of water from that source will be resolved via that process, regardless of what happens with water neutrality or development. It's a separate process. It's only about what level of water abstraction is sustainable. And sustainable in the context of protecting the Arun Valley sites. Natural England raised its original concerns on the previous Water Resources Management Plan 2019, and Water Resources Management Plan 2024 takes account of this matter and is dealing with it directly. In terms of the, I just want to raise some concerns about the proposed scheme access prioritisation protocol. We think that that should be removed. We don't understand what that process is. It's not transparent. And we don't think that you can be clear how that's going to operate on the basis of the evidence in front of you. We believe that where applications are on balance acceptable in all other, on the planning balance, then they should be dealt with on that basis without the scheme access prioritisation protocol coming into play. So we think that should be removed. So if water neutrality is to be retained as an interim measure for the short term, and it may well be resolved within the next 6 months, we think that there should be a process by which that should be independently reviewed, consulted upon, and a process for which it should be then rescinded, and that should be clear. And I don't think I need to say more than that, so I think everything else has been said. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Murray Cox, please. Sorry, is that?
Thank you. So Ryan Johnson, representing Highwood Group and their interest at West Billingshurst. I'm just picking up on a point Mr. Cameron made earlier, which related to policy SP9 and the criterion 4. Rightly picking up that the development proposals do not need to utilise snows if there are workable alternatives. And we did hear on day one that there were concerns from a number of participants that in the availability of such workable alternatives, why this wasn't assessed through the SA process as a reasonable alternative, particularly to get to the point that was raised by you, sir, in relation to paragraph 11D of MPPF. The LPA's response on day one, if I recall, cited concerns that some of the alternatives were in their infancy and they were hesitant to test those at SA stage. But there have been
a number of these alternatives approved across the district. There have been operator and licenses provided. There are alternative solutions, and if it would assist you, sir, we do have a gentleman with us today, Jeff Reed of Jeff Reed Licensing, who operates credit-based schemes across the district and has been involved in securing consents on some of those schemes across the district. If it would assist, I can bring them to the table to answer any questions on legitimacy of those schemes. Then they're not theoretical, they are deliverable. So if that assists. Thank you.
I'll bear that in mind, thank you. Can everyone put their nameplates so I can see them? I apologise for introducing you as someone else there, Mr. Johnson. It's just quite hard for me to see. And also I've struggled to read some of the writing, which is why I might just point at you. The gentleman in the corner, is it MacDonald?
Thank you, sir. Alistair MacDonald on behalf of Richborough.
I will come to you next.
I feel like I've jumped the queue slightly, but thank you. Is that better? I'll start again. Alistair MacDonald on behalf of Richborough. So you'll be aware from our representations that we are one of those who have an on-site solution outside of Snows that has been accepted and plan permission has been granted. So I can be brief because I think there's a theme coming out of certain sides of the table. But I think we need to recognise that the water neutrality issue and the plan's approach to water neutrality has wide implications across the plan, including in respect of objective CESNI, but I'm assuming that's a matter more appropriately dealt with in future sessions next year. So the only other comment I'd make at this stage that hasn't been that has already been raised, but just to concur, the figure of £2,000 that's used in the plan, or referred to in the plan's documents, is from our experience demonstrably inadequate. And I'll leave it at that, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, is it Mr. Leonard? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Unlike probably everybody else.
Just introduce yourself.
I was just going to say, yes, unlike anybody else, I'm not here representing anybody, no organisation today. I'm here purely as one of those quirky things called a local resident. There are a few of us in the Horsham district. I'm here today to speak particularly about your question section B, the 85 litres of main supplied water per person, is that justified and effective in the draft local plan? As we know, Horsham district is situated in an area of serious water stress, as identified by the Environment Agency Water Stressed Areas classification. Horsham district is supplied with water by Southern Water from its Sussex North Water Resource Zone, and that supply is sourced from various abstraction points, sites of special scientific interest such as the Amberley Wild Brooks, the Pulborough Brooks, and the Arun Valley Special Protection Areas and areas of special conservation. The position statement was issued on the 14th of September 2021 to both Horsham Council and other authorities who are also impacted by the water neutrality area. And the simple directive is that the supply of water cannot be adversely affected further. It has neutral means neutral.
Can I just ask that if you can, to try not sort of repeat things that we've already talked about?
Absolutely, there is relevance, so I'm just coming to it. The relevance of Horsham Council being impacted on this, I shall explain. In its draft local plan, Horsham District Council is proposing to set the bar at 85 litres per person per day. A recent pilot operated by neighbouring Horsham Borough Council put the actual water consumption figure at 135 litres per person per day, a staggering 59% above the consumption rate in the draft local plan. In addition, water industry figures show that people in the southeast use an average of 160 to 170 litres of water per person each day. That's between 88 and 100% higher than the figure being suggested in the Horsham District local plan. This information is freely available on various websites if you require, so I'll happily send you the links so these can be verified. I mentioned that Horsham District Council supplied water by Southern Water. On its own website, Southern Water records the estimated average daily water usage for a property containing a single occupant as 178 litres. There is a slight sliding scale, but if you take a figure for 2 persons in a property, it is 274 compared to Horsham's estimate of 170. For 3 people, it's 370 compared to 255. Basically, there is a 100-litre differential per property per day, and that is from, as I said, Southern Water's own data collected over time. I'm therefore seriously concerned that Horsham District Council's suggested figure of 85 litres per person per day is unrealistic and completely out of kilter with both water industry figures and those of adjoining authorities. Setting the bar too low would have a catastrophic and irreversible impact on water resources that would impact both wildlife, including many endangered species, and also us, the human population. I therefore feel and submit that that element of the plan is unsound. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Sellers, please.
Yes, I'd like to extend on comments made by Mr. Cameron, which I endorse, but the issue with snows, that there's a more fundamental underlying issue, which is that of measurability. There's no measurability of whether the offset regions are actually supplying the offset that they're promising. So there's no measuring of those figures, either a baseline at the start and then a baseline, a measured baseline at annual points. And equally, in terms of if we're assuming 85 litres per person per day, there is no measurer, no ongoing measurement of that for the sites that are developed. So there's no way of knowing whether any of that has provided any benefit whatsoever without those measurements. And the whole, the emphasis on Strategic Policy 9 starts with, making things more efficient, yes, valid, but then it goes straight on to offsetting. And offsetting is can only ever be a short-term thing, because you can only offset against properties that are already existing, and there's a limited supply of those. So it can't be a long-term policy. And there are much better ways, as been suggested at some of the other sites, of managing the issue of water neutrality. And I think that, but the other issue is that it goes on later in the policy to say that there may not be a need for water neutrality in the future. I think that sort of misses the point that we are in a climate emergency, and an ever-growing climate emergency that isn't getting better year on year. Things are getting worse, and we can expect more and more issues of flooding and drought, which will lead to severe water problems. And so assuming that we are looking at a short-term problem to fix something of a crisis in the Arun is putting your head in the sand in regards to the whole water resource management for the southeast establishes there's several billions of litres of water shortage in the next 20-year period. And so we need to address this from a more fundamental position of just saying, well, we'll offset it, and that's not a solution. There need to be much better solutions in place. Thank you.
Mr. Bardo, please.
Thank you, sir. Andrew Bardo, Rural South Water, Rural South Water. First and foremost, on the record, can I please extend the thanks of certainly the non-commercial organisations who I've spoken with to the programme officer for her very efficient, friendly and helpful handling of this process. It's certainly new to me, but I found her response and her guidance very helpful. So I appreciate it. Thank you. I find myself in the unusual position of having to agree with Mr. Cunningham's comments that the approach is unrealistic, undeliverable and unsound, the approach to water neutrality in the plan. But I endorse this approach, but for very different reasons. Mr. Berends notes that it's Southern Water's problem to deliver water. Well, with respect, that is a problem for the residents. If they can't fix it, we are where we are, and we have to fix it in other ways. If they cannot physically supply the water due to constraints, and I'll come back to that, it's not good enough to simply say it's Southern Water's problem. But I'm afraid, as will become clear from what I'm going to say, there's a lot of it's his responsibility going on in this whole process. As far as Mr. Boyle's concerned, yes, I think, you know, short-term solution snows may help, but I think this is a much longer-term problem. And in that regard, Mr. Boyle helpfully referred us to the Kilnwood Vale decision. And in that material, in the decision, there is a very interesting and illuminating chart of Southern Water's ability to deliver water against anticipated need based on various consumption targets virtually up to 2040. And it shows an increasing inability on their own projected waste or water supply demand management to deliver. So I don't think this is a short-term problem. Yes, we will get updates to the WMP and the like, but this is not a short-term problem, and we can't view it as such, because to do so would have catastrophic consequences. So you've had the opportunity to read some very detailed submissions which we have put in the consultation and in the hearing statement. I won't go through those in extenso, but just quickly to pick up on a few what I think are very key points in this process and essential to a proper understanding of the issue which we are trying to determine. The first key point has been picked up by others here, which is what is water neutrality. I think, you know, the definition is very clear and unambiguous in the guidance from National England in their policy, and it is one of the few things that is clear and unambiguous in this process. But what it clearly intends is that actual water supply before, so pre and post development, will match or be bettered post development. It's not talking about comparisons of actual and theoretical water use and demand. It's talking about actual water, and that is the only way you could logically make sense of this process. So it's actual water we should be looking at. Is water neutrality necessary? It's absolutely necessary. The architect and dictator of this policy is a government agency, Natural England, and the exercise of its powers and its mandate to conserve, enhance and manage the natural environment. So this policy was developed by Natural England, working in tandem with the affected Sussex North Water Resource Zone, LPAs, Horsham, Crawley and Chichester, and with Southern Water, the water supplier for this district. And the recent Kilnwood Vale decision, admittedly, as Mr. Boyle informed us, it will go to appeal, but it does uphold the need for water neutrality in this district. And it's an important recognition of the absolute necessity of water neutrality and of balancing new development with environmental protection. The 85 litre target, Mr. Leonard has commented on it briefly, as have we. It's a purely theoretical target. It's put forward as being realistically achievable by the consultants retained by the 3 LPAs. Initially, I thought it was Natural England's figure, but I think that actually the genesis of the figure was the LPA's consultants. The figure was put to Natural England, and they seem to have adopted it without any particular critical review or research on it. And I'll come back to that because I've had a very extensive engagement on behalf of my organisation with Natural England on this, albeit rather one-sided. But what we know about it is it's not evidence-based, it's theoretical, it's far below Southern Water's data, which is 136 litres of water per day, far below the national average estimated water use data, the data of 146, which is the national average. The Crawley pilot survey, which my colleague here referred to earlier, that was carried out for the 3 LPAs, retrofitting flow restrictors in 100 properties in Crawley. It did achieve a tested reduction in actual water use of 30 litres a day. But if you read the report, the consultant said, we've been doing this for years, and what it does is it reduces average water consumption to 166 litres per day, actual water, based on their years of experience. I think in the Crawley scheme, it was nearer 130, but anyway, it shows a figure very significantly higher. And then, having had no joy in dealing with Southern Water or the council here,
we did a random survey in Southwater.
I'm
where,
really,
Yep.
if a lot of this detail is in your
Yeah, yes, sir. I think it's important that I'd like to set this industry to
but
hear.
I
because
need to hear from a lot of people to get to the
I'm with you,
bottom
sir.
of
I'll be
this
as quick as I
issue
can.
in the time available as
But
well.
I would, well, I threw down the gauntlet yesterday to house building people here to say, would they build houses if they couldn't sell them? And that wasn't rebutted. Today, I throw down the gauntlet. Is there any one of you here who can hand on heart say, we use 85 litres of water a day? No. And as I say, 40, if you look, and we do this, and so I do beg your time because we put a lot of effort into this.
Yeah.
We review the applications that are being submitted to the council. And to reach 85 litres, the developers will allow 14 litres of water a day for a bath. That's 2 inches in a bath. So it assumes that people only bath once a week.
Yeah.
In my papers, I've got all the data from
I will
Energy Saving
look at
Trust.
that.
Yes.
I need to tell you
Yep.
there's some very big issues that I need to bottom out here that is going to help me
Indeed, sir.
understand how I can progress the examination. And some of the more detailed things are not going to help me where I'm at the moment.
Well, I think to understand the fundamental flaws in this policy, so 85 litres is you could have put any figure in there.
Yeah.
You could have put half that figure and said have one bath every 2 weeks. But the more critical impact of that unrealistic figure is that it then sets the bar for the developers in their offsetting requirements. It assumes that the house that they get permission to build by offsetting 85 litres of water will use 85 litres of water. And it won't. It'll use nearer double that figure. So actually developers have got to get out of the jail card already.
You've made that point.
Yeah. But yes, thank you, sir. Yes, I have. And I hope everyone's read it and will comment on it as appropriate. Another fatal flaw is the failure in monitoring and evaluation. It was recommended by the consultants who put the figure forward. We have raised with natural.
I've got a session on monitoring that's deeper into the examination where we'll be looking at how all the policies would be monitored if it reaches that. So.
Fine. Okay. So well, I will reserve those comments for them. But it is important because we have been asking very fundamental questions of Natural England and of Horsham and Southern Water about how you can say that a property that, when built, will use 136 litres or more.
I've got that point. I've got that point.
So, but we've we have that question has never been answered. We've had reliance on Crawley agreed it, so that's fine. And you've seen my point about Crawley. I don't think the point was taken in great detail there, but I know that the officer here who was at that hearing perhaps could advise you on that.
Mr. Bardagh, I've got to be very firm. I've got a lot of people I need to bring in.
I appreciate that,
I'll
sir.
read your detailed submissions again. I've read them, I can assure you. But there are some very big issues and that I really need to get. I'm not dismissing your points, but I need to give everyone a fair hearing here.
Yes, sir.
So
Well,
if you can literally try and conclude, so I can bring.
Yes, I will, sir. So I have proposed in the hearing statement I put in, I've proposed solutions as to how it can be made to work. We need it. It needs to be made to work. And the way to make it work is to reflect this in the plan. In a workable and effective manner. But if it's not, then to my view, it's not justified or effective in any normal sense of those words. I apologise for the time taken. Thank you.
I apologise for needing to do that, but I've got to get the issues out. I want to take everybody and then we'll go to a break if at all possible. So please try and make points as succinct as you can, and we can take a break and we can ask the council to respond to all of them. So I'm looking at, is it Mr. Munton? Yeah.
Thank you. Andrew Munson from Reside Developments. We've been successful in delivering a number of planning applications over the last couple of years, which have included water neutrality schemes. And I just want to rebut some of the points that have been made this afternoon. I think the biggest myth almost is this 136, or whatever figure you want to use. per person per day that's been quoted. I mean, that is an average across existing poor performing old stock. That isn't looking at new homes.
Yeah.
The standards and the way it's all assessed is a national standard. It's based on the building regs calculator, which is used throughout the industry. We've got several schemes we could send you that would show it if it's helpful. That's completely up to you. And it is also for the lifetime of the home. And so you know, homes have lots of people in it sometimes, less people sometimes. So again, it's very much an average. You can't look at a point in time. So I just wanted to get that across. I can send you that information explained a lot better if that's helpful for you. The other thing that's sort of come up this afternoon is the cost of these credits. And certainly from our experience, you are looking at currently, you're looking £10,000 to £15,000 per home. And when I say a home, it's very much an average 3-bed, 2.4 people.
The point's been made that there's no information on the cost of credits before the examination. So the council will be dealing with that, I think, after the break.
That was it. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Alloway, is it, please?
Yes, thank you, sir. My name is James Alloway. I'm from WSP, representing Homes England in relation to West of Ifield, HA2. And you'll be aware from our representation, generally supportive of the policy. And we have made some recommendations to improve the flexibility in relation to sites that have on-site solutions. And that's in the record. We note that the delivery of the plan isn't wholly reliant upon SNOWS or the WRMP coming forward. And we note that on-site solutions and other offsetting approaches are permitted. And we are at West of Ifield site looking at and have a high degree of confidence that we will be able to deliver that with on-site solutions. And we'll provide more detail on that at a later date.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Boyle, please.
Thank you. Just picking up, so we don't get distracted with some of the points from on this side of the room as terms of art. So first point, if I may, severe water stress is a term of art for the purpose of its own application. It's not to be taken by a layperson as meaning there isn't enough water. There's plenty of water in this area. It's a term. It actually leads to the ability to impose 85 litres, which my client doesn't object to for the reasons we've set out. Secondly, we mentioned climate's getting worse. Of course, the WRMP process has that all built into it. The testing of adequacy of supply against demand is done at 1 to 200, so last time it was George IV. It's going to, and actually WRMP has already started using 1 to 500 return rate, so as bad as since Henry VIII, and that's the return rate, and that's precisely to capture the climate point. And you may or may not be aware, so that the impugned source, which is the Harden Pulborough source, has already been taken out by Southern Water of the drought orders. So in other words, if there were one of these very, very rare, very extreme drought events, it would not and could not lead to further reliance upon Harden. So the only other reason I got this is because I think you're going to the council afterwards, is we do have a further point at our paragraph 2.7 of the reps, that if SNAES remains in its current form, there needs to be some support for the major strategic sites in terms of how the credits go. You had that written down.
Ms. Booden?
Thank you, sir. It was also just to come back on a couple of points, just to clarify in terms of the difference between the water neutrality and the water use, which is that the problem identified by Natural England is the potential adverse effect on protected sites as a result of supply of groundwater abstraction from Hardham.
Yeah, we've got to the bottom of a lot of that on. We got to the bottom of a lot of that on day one as well, and I've made the distinction between efficiency and neutrality as well at the start, didn't I?
Yeah, and our point being that no reasonable amount of water reduction in terms of water use can reduce or stop that abstraction. So just to make that point. Thank you.
I think
a very quick point, basically. I'm Jeremy Farrelly, representing on behalf of Wapes Developments. In general, regarding Strategic Policy 9, they're generally supportive of the policy. I'd just like to point out we shouldn't underestimate Clause 4, which is the private bespoke offsetting schemes which can come forward. We heard a lot about the WRMP and SNOWS making up 12% and 88% respectively of the overall approach to water neutrality. I just want to draw you to paragraph 2.10 of my submissions, where it lists a number of applications which have been approved with bespoke private offsetting. Obviously, those schemes have gone through the HRA process and AA process, so they've been confirmed by the District Council and by Natural England as being a suitable way of accommodating or offsetting. And those particular schemes total about 300 dwellings. I know it's small fry in comparison with the overall figures, but you should not underestimate the importance of bespoke private offsetting on development schemes. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, please. Yeah, microphone, just put your, yeah, that's all right. Bring it closer, yeah.
Yes, reference the policy in question. I think it would be essential that there be included a requirement for monitoring of actual water use compared with the design water use from new development, and that offsetting must be a requirement that offsetting must be in place before water demand is generated before new houses are occupied, and that opportunities should be sought to combine any offsetting measures with education and information on the need to save water and how this can be done through changes in behaviour. And I don't think that's just to meet a water neutrality requirement. I think it's necessary to ensure that water usage is controlled within reason. And also too, I may have misunderstood this, but there seemed to be a suggestion that achieving water neutrality wasn't really something for planning to sort out. And I would disagree with that. And I'm looking at the MPPF and the objectives there. I mean, the environmental objective, surely water neutrality and seeking to reduce water, to make sure there's sufficient water supply for everybody, and especially with an increasing population, is an essential requirement that we should take into account in any local plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I think at 20 to 4, we'll take a 20-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll hear from the council in response to most of those substantive points, if that's okay.
It is, but we haven't got on to what you really want to discuss, which is the impact of the policy on delivery. And so I'm going to do a very, very short response and then move on.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you. All right, sorry, I wasn't. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's 4 o'clock now, so the hearing is resumed. I'm going to come straight to the council without delay and just ask them to pick up where we left off, please.
So, so yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
There are essentially two issues. I will address very briefly. The first of those is that it's this policy that makes the plan HRA compliant. I use that shorthand. Nothing more need be said about that particular issue. If, as Mr. Boyle suggests, that both the competent and appropriate authorities discharge both their statutory and regulatory duties in a timely way, which obviates the need for a SNOWS mitigation scheme, then of course Part 7 of the policy deals with that eventuality. So the question remains, is SNOWS an effective means of delivering plan-led development? And what measures will be needed to bring it forward to make it an effective scheme? And those are the matters which I want now to go on to address, if that's okay with you. Bearing in mind that the SNOW scheme is designed to meet the requirements of this plan-led development, not more than that. So are you able then to carry on from there?
So once again, Clark Gordon, representing the Sussex North authorities and the SNOW scheme. So I think I'll just come back, sir, to your first point around the timing, if that's okay. And I think you also sort of indicated how that relationship with the water resources management plan as well.
Is it dependent on it?
SNOWS is effectively reliant on Southern Water WRMP. It provides a substantial proportion of the SNOWS offsetting capacity. SNOWS then has to find additional offsetting capacity to, as someone mentioned earlier, plug that gap between the savings that Southern Water are able to achieve through their WRMP and the forecast growth demands from all of the Sussex North authorities. Obviously, this is the whole reason that we're in this situation, is that that Southern Water are not able to provide on an annualised, or every year, should I say, enough water to meet the forecast demand.
So developers will never be able to access SNOWS until the Water Resource Management Plan is published. Is that right?
The intention is that we would be able to launch SNOWS prior to the publication of the WRMP and effectively have those applications be going through the SNOWS application process. What we wouldn't be able to do is actually issue any credits until that WRMP had been published. We are using a forecast of Southern Water's WRMP savings to initiate those credits. So we would in effect be able to start issuing credits from day one, from the point that that WRMP is published, which again we're anticipating will be published by the Secretary of State in mid-2025. Just also coming back to one of your points you raised around the 12% question, if I may, sir. The 12% is across the whole of the local plan period. As is indicated in one of the graphs in the Part C report, which my colleague will be able to find. I'm sure you see it, the bar graph with the two lines on it. There are some years where Southern Water is able to provide sufficient supply to meet forecast growth demands, but there are years where they're below that. The 12% is effectively across that whole local plan period. It's taking into account the variances between where it's above and where it's below. So there are years where Southern Water supply will be sufficient, but there are years where it will be sort of quite far below that, and that's that gap that SNOWS, will need to find on that annual basis. The other point is a particular that's come up is around costs as well. If you'd like to come on to that, yeah. So I'll pass to Mark to explain a little bit more about the viability shortly on this, but just in terms of now, I think many have acknowledged that we haven't published any costs yet, but we have been doing work on what those costs would look like. What we've had to do at the moment is base our costs, draft costs, on the data that's in the Part C report. So we have a draft cost figure of what it would look like. We've looked at the scheme operating costs, so staffing costs, our legal costs, our monitoring costs, etc.
Is there anything that's available for people to see how much it's going to cost to buy credits at the moment?
There currently isn't, because as I say, at the moment it's based on the old Part C data. Now, as we've acknowledged,
when will that be available?
so we're actually in the process right at this moment of having that data updated based on the latest local authority housing trajectory data and on the latest Southern Water WRMP data. Now, as you can imagine, we've only been recently given that Southern Water WRMP data. It was only released at the same time as their consultation. We've had to employ.
Has it always been the case that snows needed to follow the WRMP, or at least be published at the same time? Has it always been the council's understanding that the snows offsetting scheme would need to be pretty much the same time as that, which is what you've said, really?
Snows could have launched early, conceivably could have launched earlier. However, the only way that we would have been able to have any credits would be to have an offsetting programme entirely of our own, so that we were generating our own credits through our own offsetting programme. So we wouldn't have that 88% of our offsetting covered.
Was that not the intention? Was that not the aim, rather than to need it to wait for the Water Resource Management Plan review?
It has actually been during the, so I joined in January 2023. Obviously my primary role is to develop the offsetting scheme. I was working alongside trying to get offsetting properties into the scheme at the same time, but as you can imagine, my focus has primarily been on actually developing the offsetting scheme, the process.
It must be a huge job. I'm not.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, it must be a huge job.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. However, what I can say in terms of the cost is that we are expecting to be well within the viability figure that was provided in the relevant document. So what it would mean in terms of offsetting costs would be around about, without going into too much detail, £2.90 a litre, and we have evidence from the Crawley offsetting pilot that we can achieve those offsetting figures for less cost per litre than that basis. So we do have evidence from the Crawley offsetting pilot that was undertaken that we can achieve offsetting at the cost to keep it within the viability figure. It's also worth pointing out, of course, that as has been mentioned previously, we were expecting the WRMP to have been published by now. The WRMP regulations actually stated that Southern Water should have published their plan, I believe, April of this year. So it's already been delayed by at least a year. So we were effectively working on the indication that the WRMP possibly would have been published as early as April of this year. But of course, for matters again beyond our control, that's sort of fallen by the wayside, that original date, and we're now being told it's mid 2025. Are there any other particular points that you would like to respond to? Yeah, so we do need to wait for, and again, this is in respect what the JBA work is being carried out to do now, is to work out exactly how much how much WRMP savings Southern Water are going to be providing through their next plan. But that is, again, that forms a very important part of working out our credit costs, because then we have to work out how much additional offsetting snows we'll need to find each year, and then we can work out our credit cost from that. Obviously, our scheme operating costs and sort of monitoring costs are fairly fixed, so we've got a fairly good idea of those, but it's very much the offsetting cost where the question still remains. As I say, we have JBA, our consultants, currently undertaking that work, and we hope to receive validated results from that by early January.
There's perhaps a question for I'm not sure who should answer this, but can this plan reasonably proceed without the water resource management plan? Can I examine this plan reasonably without seeing the water resource management plan and the snows in effect?
The answer is yes, you can. Your conclusions may depend upon its availability. So it's not a question of your jurisdiction, it's a question of what conclusion you come to at the end of the process, and whether or not you have sufficient information upon which you can come to the view that the plan is sound. And that depends upon you taking the view that there is a reasonable prospect of snows coming about, and a reasonable prospect as to when it might come about.
As the inspectors did in Crawley?
Yes. So yes, you do. Most certainly you do.
Yeah.
You've got to make a judgment on it.
Yeah, I know.
And so what we're trying to do is,
I know that very well.
The issue, though, is a dynamic one. It's not straightforward, and it will always be so. So we've got to take a realistic and pragmatic approach to this.
Yeah.
It may well be, actually, that with the further JBA work, it may be that water savings which have occurred in the interim may have downward pressure, in the sense that we don't need to find as many credits over such a longer period of time. We just don't know yet, but it's dynamic, and will always be so.
Yeah, I mean, planning is dynamic, and it is planning.
Yes, as is the use of water and its savings.
But I did say very clearly at the start of day one that I'd got some concern. I mentioned the Minister's letter about delay and certain things that I'm going to need to understand. And, you will bear that in mind. It's feeling to me that there is the potential for significant delay whilst further evidence is awaited for the examination at the moment.
If you're saying that, thank you. If you're saying that includes awaiting the water resource management,
I'm not saying anything at the moment, because I need
then that of course will entail quite a long time.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to say anything else in response to the other points that have been raised in the room, and then I'm going to bring other people into the discussion again?
I will just come back onto your timing, because what I realised I didn't actually respond to was when we're expecting snows to launch, which is in our response. But the latest indication that we've given is February. Now, as again, I failed to remember, I'm afraid, who pointed this out, but the differences between the May snows update that we provided, which was CC 16, and the November update that we provided, which was HDC 17, and I think they had picked out a specific document that indicated that the delivery had been very much delayed. I hope that what those documents do show is that there has been clear progress between May and November, and that actually there is very little outstanding in November that needs to be resolved. And that our biggest sort of outstanding issues is the WRMP data, is getting the data from that. But once we have that data, we should then know what capacity Snows needs to find and finalise our costs. And actually would then be much closer to being able to publish guidance for developers and for colleagues in development management teams as well, which I know that colleagues on the other side are itching to receive in terms of guidance, and we are aware that obviously we have been as upfront and open as we can on how this is going to work, but at the same time I don't want to sort of give any false hope or false information to anyone on the other side. We wanted to make sure that all of the processes have been locked down, and again, as you can imagine, working on behalf of 6 authorities, this needs to be agreed with all 6 of those authorities in terms of how those processes will work, in terms of how the prioritisation will work. But we are very close, and again, I hope that the difference between those 2 documents demonstrates that. Yes, sorry.
So, sorry, a number of respondents asked about the figure used in the viability study, so I just wish to clarify the £2,000 per dwelling figure. At the end of 2022, we were working at a similar timescale to Crawley, and after the Part C report was published in October 22, we spoke to the consultants JBA about what a realistic figure would be to include within the viability study to test the viability to include for water neutrality. So table 4.1 of document H12 sets out at page 34, at the end of the paragraph about the costs, that there are 4 elements to the £2,000 per dwelling cost we've got. The first of those is new build fit out, and that is roughly 3/4 of the £2,000 and comes directly from Part C, document CC11 of the JBA Part C report. So paragraph 93 says a fittings-based approach would cost between 349 and 431 per dwelling, where appliances are not part of the standard fit out.
Is this efficiency in terms of efficiency?
This is efficiency, but in terms of bringing the whole snow scheme into being.
Right.
This cost range would increase to 1,049 to 1,531. So we have used the 1,531 figure in terms of new build dwellings, and then the other 3 elements in Part 4.1, offsetting via retrofitting, funding for the administration of the SNOWS programme, and a contingency allowance make up the difference between the 1,531 and the 2,000, so roughly £470. So the 2,000 is based on 4 elements, but the new build fit out is roughly 3/4 of that cost. So.
And that includes the cost of buying credits through SNOWS, does it?
Yes. Sorry, yes, sir.
Right, well, I can obviously review all that evidence. I need to bring people back in. Mr. Cameron, please.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to respond to a point made by Mr. Shadaravian on behalf of the council. And he said that the effect of policy 9 and SNOWS were to provide for the plan-led development and not more than that. So what that means is that they've devised a scheme which provides for less than the objectively assessed need. So they are, in effect, planning to fail. So 3 points on that. So first point, if the SNOWS scheme is deliverable, then it imposes, the way that it's been devised, an artificial constraint, which means the council can't provide for their objectively assessed need. That is the consequence of what Mr. Shadaravian said. That's point 1. Point 2, if the SNOWS scheme is not deliverable, and it's not deliverable without the water resources management plan, you then, as you very well know, have to form a judgment. And the judgment that you're making is the plan deliverable? And you're having to speculate on what is in the water resource management plan. And that, on that basis, you can't find that the plan is deliverable. And so we've had mention of Kilnwood Vale, and I tread nervously into that territory, as there are others here who know much more about it than I do. But reading the decision letter and inspector's report, one of the questions, the main questions the inspector had to ask was, could a condition be imposed? And the question there was, because he referred specifically to the PPG guidance, was there no reasonable prospect of the events which were contemplated in the Grampian condition coming about? Well, the no reasonable prospect test is a much lower test, the one that you have to consider, which is the plan deliverable? So there are two different, it's a related question, but based on a different approach. And then going on to the third point, if Mr. Boyle is right in his analysis of the duties of the water company, and that the water company's approach is subject to the Habitats Regulation assessment, I'm not suggesting it isn't right, but let's assume it is right, and it is right that the water company is subject to HRA, then the plan must be unsound, because its justification for providing less, for meeting less than the objectively assessed need, and I don't need to repeat what I've said before in other sessions, is water neutrality. And if water neutrality is not a justification, then the plan must be unsound. So whichever way you look at it, the plan is unsound.
Mr. Boyle, please.
So thank you. Just directly in terms of your question, can you consider, on what basis can you consider the plan? It may help that the now arrived MPPF has added some extra words. I appreciate you're not making your decision under the new MPPF, but rather the old one. But it's added words which should perhaps always have been there, which is where other forward planning organisations, such as utility providers, etc., their plans are as yet inchoate. I'm not using the exact words of the document. You just have to make an informed decision, and that's the position you're in. Because, as will often be the case, and see the size will be a High Court case, different plans moving at different stages, you have to assume the provision of the relevant utility will be in place and in accordance with the statutory duties. So that's where you are there. But the point I really want to come back to was to now add a further aspect, what I said earlier, in the light of, I think it was Mr. Gordon, forgive me his name, Mr. Gordon, observations, that he says he can't issue credits on snows until the WRMP is in place. Now, I can understand why he says it. I think he's wrong, but I can understand why he says it, because he's looking at the 88% and the 12% in terms of savings. And that's because the water neutrality is defined for this purpose as being not increasing total usage within the WRZ. So what Mr. Gordon is employed to do is to establish a world where you can have development, but no net increase in water usage in the WRZ. So he says to himself, well, how much can Southern Water give me? 88%. How much do I then need to find? 12%. If Southern Water is more or less, my 12% will go up and down. So I can't work out my credits I needed until I know what Southern Water are doing, and I'll only know that with the WRMP. So I understand his thought process. But what it does, very respectful to him, is it underscores, I don't mean to use this word derogatorily, but the myopic approach of water neutrality as represented by SNOWS, which is only looking at not increasing usage, as opposed to not increasing or further relying upon, or indeed relying upon, the impugned groundwater abstraction at Harden, because that's the real point. And nothing that any of us in this room, can affect that. The only people who can affect the usage or non-usage of the groundwater abstraction at Harden are Southern Water and, most importantly, the Environment Agency under their Section 52 duties. So that's the really effective bit for the point in issue, which is, will there be continued reliance upon the groundwater abstraction? And of course, in that context, for WRMP, you don't just look at what can you save or offset, you also have the other side of the equation, which is from where else can you supply water if you're told you have to turn Harden down from 5 to 0. And on that basis, the WRMP has already established a whole series of potential sources and runs different scenarios as to where that might all come from. There are reservoirs talked about, there's recycling talked about. Importantly, there's existing bulk arrangements that can be switched on, switched off, etc. So all of that's part of the WRMP process. Now, that then leads me to the point I was saying, to you earlier, about the short-term nature of the SNAES exercise. If, and it's now underscored, because if Mr. Gordon is right, I totally understand why he's saying it, that he can't have an operative SNAES until the day the WRMP is published, tell him what the Southern Water savings are, then the effect is that the SNAES scheme becomes effective on the very day that the WRMP tells you that it's not needed. Because WRMP can only operate on a habitats reg consistent level of abstraction from Harden, which might be 0, it might be something else. And you'll know that the moment it's published. The moment it's published, SNAES is not required. So actually my time frame, because we had thought, to be fair, that the SNAES, which has been bubbling on for a long time, would potentially come available for even existing permitted sites which are being held back because of conditions such as the one imposed on the Crest Nicholson site, or because they haven't been determined yet because there hasn't been a SNAES solution. It appears what we're being told, actually, no, SNAES won't become effective until the RMP is published. Now, the question that I then have, because we weren't part of the Matter 1, Matter 2 debate, and I totally understood, we respected your decision as supporters of the plan, that we didn't have a seat at the table for that. But the question that naturally follows on from what I've just said is, what happens to the plan? The plan as written, and from Mr. Cameron, is not wrong. The plan as written is obviously unsound, but that doesn't mean the plan falls, because you have a whole process available to you through modifications and so on, which includes the ongoing SA process, if necessary. We know there was a plan which, pre this position statement, the chickens coming home to roost in that, had a whole series of sites assessed and were being promoted as such. We know that a process happened whereby a number of those were removed from the plan which is now before you. If my submissions are correct, based now upon the words dropping from Mr. Gordon, that SNAES becomes effective the day it's shown not to be necessary, then the door is opened to bringing those sites back in. Maybe others too, I'm not closing off other doors, it's not my job to do so, but bringing those sites back in, and you have a mods process to do that. In addition, whether this is tempting or not, in addition, we know from the current new MPPF, as soon as the statutory provisions are in place under the LURB, there's going to have to be a new plan formulated in any event by this authority. And the scope, therefore, to bring in with the new housing numbers and a proper recognition of the non-point that is water neutrality here, to bring the sites in on a plan-led basis, all of which can then be essayed. So either way, and this is perhaps a characteristic plea of those who are already in the site, either way, this is not a moment where you throw the baby out with the bathwater. The plan in this aspect would appear to be unsound, but the baby is worth hanging on to because the plan isn't just about housing and isn't just about the emission sites. It's about getting certainty on a lot of other things, including those sites which are in. And so that's where, forgive me if I've now quite significantly strayed into matters 1 and 2, but that's where we would suggest you end up in terms of the output of this argument, which is on the council's own basis. SNAES is effectively a dead duck, it's an irrelevancy. But having said that, that doesn't mean the plan has to go out.
Can you take Mr. Bashford first?
Just picking up on the point that Mr. Ball's just raised, really, in terms of going back and almost adding the sites back in. It's, that plan that never wasn't properly consulted on, didn't have probably 4 years ago, that sustainability proposal, site assessments and everything else. You need to look at things everything needs to be considered afresh. And again, we've heard on water neutrality itself, everything needs to be considered. Actually, what can, not just the sort of larger sites, but actually what can all sites do? We've seen the sort of zeros, if you like, and those things. It has to be considered properly. So where it's water neutrality, recall that in the sustainability appraisal, it just had a zero on there. So you'd have to consider all sites again. You can't just bolt on where we were, if you like, in 2001. So you'd have to go back quite a way rather than just saying, oh, let's bring these sites back in. You need to give them proper consideration on all things, not just water neutrality. Climate change has changed quite significantly since 2021. And in 2023, the council introduced the climate change emergency. So again, those things have to be brought in as well. You can't just go back a stage and then that'll be fine. So.
Mr. Sallows, please. So Councillor Sallows.
There seem to be some fundamental problems. Mr. Doyle was talking about the snows being dependent on WRMP. Well, obviously it is, but the WRMP exists in draft form already, so it can already inform things for WRMP, for snows. But it also is assumption that once the WRMP is published, all the problems go away. In its draft form, it is a phased approach, and they're looking at things up to 20 years in advance. And so assuming that the moment that comes into play, all the water is available immediately is not the case. And so the council is rightly putting in processes within the plan that mitigate that over the short term. Otherwise, it will never meet its 5-year land supply. So I think all those arguments are pretty much meaningless in terms of the timing for the WRMP. More importantly, though, I think that there's a big element of double counting going on, because Snows talks about offsetting, but the WRMP within it, it discusses supporting its customers in reducing their water usage. So that's going on across the whole customer base of Southern Water at the same time as the snow scheme is being set up to provide specific areas where that's happening. So I think there's a risk that some of those customers in the areas that are being identified for offsetting have already had measures imposed by Southern Water as part of their long-term water management scheme. So without any metering, then that all fails. So you can't know that there's been any gain. But an important part of that is within the current WRMP, Southern Water can't provide the data until they do the digitisation of their metering systems. And so that's in their plan, it's in the WRMP already. There's not a timescale against it, unfortunately, at the moment. So we don't know when that will happen, but it's unlikely to be in the timescales that are useful for the 5-year plan. So we're going to get a huge amount of double counting for all of this offsetting. So any other scheme that isn't based on offsetting has got to be better than the water offsetting scheme, which isn't identified in the current local plan.
Ms. Bowden, please.
Thank you, sir. It was just to pick up on a couple of points that have been raised in terms of the sustainability appraisal. I know it might be straying into other matters, but effectively if sites are excluded on the basis of water neutrality, where the council have stated that there is an unfettered view that in the absence of water neutrality they would be suitable for development, I think that those are clearly sites that should be in.
Mr. Smith, please.
Thank you. I think what's been said is that the plan is dependent on the WRMP, but the WRMP follows on from the plan. The guidance in the Water Resource Planning Guideline is quite clear that the Water Resource Management Plan does the supply-demand calculation on the basis of the trajectory in the plan on a year-by-year basis over the next 5-year period, but within a 50-year time horizon, which takes account of all the factors I explained earlier.
I think one of the points that I wanted to ask, I think I'd like to see the council's response to the consultation, if at all possible, presume you've made a consultation response as part of the overall working group?
Is this for the Southern Water WRMP consultation?
Yeah.
Certainly, yes.
So I
we
think that should
responded jointly on behalf of
Yeah,
the
I
Sussex
think I'd
North,
like
which is
that to
happy
be
to
put in
provide
the
that, so,
library, please.
yes.
I think we've also talked about the challenge to Kilnwood Vale. That's a lot's happened today, hasn't it? Yeah, yes, but yeah. So I think that you suggested that should go in the library. I think that should.
Yes, that should go in the library.
Yeah. Okay. There's obviously points that are poles apart here. You know, I understand I've got to make some judgments on them. I outlined very clearly at the start, or I think clearly, you can watch it back, that I was going to need to do that in light of the Minister's letter. My feeling is there's a significant amount of work mounting up associated with this plan, not least the action points that I've already identified as we've come through the relevant hearing sessions. There are some fundamental issues that have been talked about here today that are going to be, if you like, that are going to dictate how the examination perhaps can or if it moves forwards. I can't sit here and make any snap judgments, but my feeling is to go on into next week and start discussing some of those matters and issues that we've got arranged might not necessarily be as productive as it could be. I take stock of this. I think my feeling is I'm going to take stock of this over the next few days, and then I think I'll write to the council and suggest a way forward for the examination. I can't really say much more than that without thinking on it. But that's how I'm feeling. I think I need to share that with you. So if you want to respond to that, you can.
We've discussed this also.
Of course.
But what I'm telling you now isn't on instructions because this is a developing issue.
Yes.
But I think it's sensible that we deal with this earlier rather than later. Because if there is a way forward which satisfies you, then it's something which we should embark upon as soon as possible. Because we have a lot of work to do. We have the intervening Christmas period, people are away, and the workload is already building up. So that would be very useful from our point of view if we could have that early indication. I can then take instructions. Those who instruct me can then take instructions from their masters, and because it's going to take some time, we need to get on with the job.
Yeah. At the very least, we outlined a number of actions, didn't we, that we've been building up.
18 points of action. Some of those are further information.
Yeah.
21 now.
Yeah.
There's quite a lot to do.
There is.
But that is in terms of evidence providing or taking you through.
One of those actions goes back to where I started on day one, doesn't it? Which is under the duty to cooperate. So I think we will need to work out a clear timeline for you providing me with that information at the very least to start with.
We are prioritising that because it's of such fundamental legal significance.
Yeah.
And we understand that.
Okay, on the issue of water neutrality and what I've just said in related to it, does anybody want to give any more information to the examination here and now?
question, please?
If I can answer it, I will, but I've got a lot of thinking to do. If you appreciate.
The examination you said about sorry, it's on. At the start of the examination, you said that you were concerned about the deliverability of the actual housing need as identified by the standard formula, and the fact that the current plan is falling short of that. You then went on to say, to question recently about the delay in the water.
Feel free to watch back exactly what I did say, because I didn't say that.
Right.
I didn't say that, and I don't want to start saying things about what I might have said and what I didn't. It's all there, but I didn't quite say that. I quoted the MPPF, particularly paragraph 11.
Yes. So it was concerns about the number of houses in the plan against the standard allocation under the national scheme. And so there's a question mark about that. But equally, there's the council's justification is, one of the justifications is because of the water issue, but then the delay to the WRMP has been raised today, and therefore that puts a question mark on the deliverability of the water, even on the assumption that the various people have stated that once that's in place, water will come on stream at a rate that is suitable to meet the need. So the question really is that if the WRMP cannot deliver the water that's required for the housing numbers dictated by central government, what is the solution? There isn't one, is there?
Well, I said at the start, if I can answer it, I would, but I can't answer that. That's not in my gift to answer that question.
That's the question to be considered when we're considering the housing number and the idea of expanding it.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any, Mr. Bardo?
Thank you, sir.
I'm not going to be answering any questions like that at all.
Perhaps I just want to clarify. Is there a suggestion that because there is an appeal, we understand, pending on Kilnwood Vale, that this process should be deferred?
No, it's nothing like that. The issue is for me to take on board the volume of material that's been given to me over these last 3 days, and to form a view on how best to progress this examination.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your position. I just wondered whether it was being suggested by others that there should be a delay pending that appeal.
Other people have suggested a lot over the 3 days, including yourself, and I'll take on board everything that people have said. And like I said, refer back to my previous point, form a view on how to progress this examination.
So forgive me for raising this now, because I know we still haven't finished the subject.
No.
But it would be useful to know whether there are going to be any sitting days next week before we finish this.
My feeling at the moment is it feels as though that wouldn't be efficient to do that next week.
That's great.
Yeah, but I'll write to you accordingly. Okay, so we haven't actually finished the full extent of this matter and issue. Are there any more comments that people want to make on the issue of water neutrality? And I very briefly need to deal with flood risk with the council just to draw the issue to a close.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. So, because it's on the agenda, I'm going to finish this because it's very, very, very short. So I want to now turn to strategic policy 10, flooding. I suppose the question that I've got on it is quite simple. It's a very simple, fairly straightforward policy. The Environment Agency have not objected to this policy. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. You undertook a flood risk assessment after the plan. Well, you submitted a flood risk assessment, didn't you, or evidence after the plan was submitted. Just want to ask, presumably you've engaged with the Environment Agency in that, and they're happy with the findings of that work?
Correct.
Yeah. So in terms of this particular policy, are the council proposing any main modifications to it?
So there are four modifications, but in broad terms, they are picking up titles of documents reflecting that, rather than a sort of clarification rather than anything fundamental, just to narrow that down.
Yeah, I've got no issue with those main modifications. Does anybody else want to raise anything on this particular policy? Mr. Sallows?
Just a very brief statement that the policy is good in terms of what is being covered here, but what's not identified is the existing flood risks being dealt with by other authorities, West Sussex and other national authorities. We have a scheme called Operation Watershed that mitigates existing flood risks that are mostly outside of flood risk identified areas on the water flood maps. So I think it's really a point that in the consideration of flooding, we shouldn't just be looking at the flood risks from the known risks along waterways and things, but there are flood risks associated with poor drainage and other things that are causing significant damage to properties and things in the current areas, and they need to be identified and at the time of any development comes forward and considered alongside it. So it's really just to incorporate the existing flood risks from areas that aren't identified on flood maps.
Mr. Bardo? Mr. Bardo, please. That's all right, okay. All right. Okay. I've not got any particular points on that policy as to be honest. So, I think it's a case of drawing the hearing session for matter 3 to a close. If anybody else has got unless anybody else has got anything particular that they want to say. So, as I've said, I've asked the council to put some timelines to the actions that we've agreed. We can exchange that over the next few days as you scope the work that you think is necessary for those action points we've already got. There's a couple of actions that are clear that have just come out of this session, and as I said, I will endeavour to write to the council as soon as I can about next week particularly and the remainder of the hearing programme. Okay.
So did you wish me to go through the actions to confirm?
No, I'm
Okay,
clear
fine.
on what they are. All right. Okay. It does remain to be said, although it seems a fairly, sombre feeling at the end of that session, the way in which everybody has engaged, the way in which the council have responded to any of my questions has been commendable and welcomed. I've really found everybody's involvement in this, in the whole process, although there's a lot of issues that are far apart from each other, has really been appreciative to me to enable me to understand the issues at play. So I want to just express my thanks and gratitude for that, because it's been very, very helpful to me. And I said at the start quite clearly the challenges that have been faced in getting this far were not I was not blind to those, and as I've come through this process, it's become more apparent how challenging a planning context this really is. So I want to share that with you, particularly the council's officers and the work that they've done in getting the plan this far. Okay. Okay. So as I said, I'll draw the hearing session to a close, and I'll be in touch in writing as soon as I can. Okay.